Masam Jeme Jera Baroji Mayena Diada Gadeka Paragade Parasamba de Poliso, Diada Gadeka Paragade Parasamba, Diada Gadeka Paragade Parasamba de Poliso, Jeffrey, the Metuichi, Kiridora Jerusalem, and Medina Janata, to what she could do, but she didn't think they show. In the Vajaji, you change out to the Balamia, what to never automate. Kubashi Veta Machin, and Geneva, the Shingo, Jason, and you never know what you know what you went to what and Manashi went to Luna, Timashi Kalan, and all I knew what them when you never put a year on your mama that you don't know what you want. Now, the Machin, or Jevan, or to them, you know, you never see when you better than the water to get you what you're watching on somebody at home. Jandashi, by the more you tell about the slow, I want to when you watch what you're watching and when you go open your drama. Don't they have to watch it up with you and just lose watching your student, you're doing another woman. Where you like what you did, you're not doing a thing, you're why she never knows to do what you like, watching you tomorrow, and then you want nothing work when you go to the country. The language you're watching, you're not the situation, I'm not a deal from one that you want to when you know so much, you know. To negate anybody, and then you have to buy it to you, and you tell me how to best swing into what you want to the machine. So you have to go to the children, about the children, what you watch, you know, like you walk with the other museum. So then you have to change and you go on to show. So she had to show you, but not about the religion, then you got the suggestion of the way to the national way. Now, she had to wait on to do the chair and Jim doesn't know without you, so they were all the other way, nothing else on the education and our senior. Yadama Guru and Metalabania, Taya, Sanjayana to Yasuna, Jajo, and Yoja, that you choose it, you have to Jitola because in Jatoya. Sanjayana to Yasuna, Jajo, and you that you choose it, you have that Jitola because you do you Sanjayana to you, Jajo. That you choose it, you have to Jitola because Sanjay show Kangia to Genius on the Tawatam Japan, which is the Machine. 담배 춘이 얘는 뭐 강도 두진 예수는 더 이제 담배 춘은 더 거듭니다. 저도 동인인 제송도 주베다 지제전에 관계를 그 전화 배우면 되는 저 소화도 소시는 로쇼 very nice to be with you again, and this is second day, and today we have to cover quite a lot, about something like 20 or 21 verses we have to cover. We have to run, and but then sometimes I think we need to go back a little bit to some are quite new, you see, and so because now the Tibetan Buddhism is moving, and then Tibetan in exile has a big challenge. That was the topic given by Calstar University when I was asked to give a talk. So Tibetan Buddhism is moving, okay, it's moving. It was originated in India, and then it moved to like Southeast Asia, including China and very far, okay. And then there was some turbulences there, and then I think it was concentrated in Tibet just before 59, from 7th century to 1959. I think the Buddhism really stayed there quite well. You see, he found a home in Tibet. And everyone was just for Buddhism. We built monastery, we built stupa, we printed so many scriptures with a wooden block, okay. Each and every letter has to be carved with stone, with the chisel. And block, each page is printed with hand manual. Hundreds of thousands printed, you see. It was done so thoroughly. And then it was so taught in thoroughly in different monasteries, big monasteries, you see. And practiced, not only taught, practiced. Practice. Like we put so much energy, so much money, so much of our intelligence, so much everything to preserve Buddhism. And that was the best thing we have done, okay? We have done. Otherwise, we were hopeless in politics, we were hopeless in economic, we were hopeless in many things, you see. In the public education, we are not good, you see. But the only thing, what we did, good thing is that we really kept Buddhism as authentic as it was in Nalanda University. And that is the best gift what we are giving to the rest of the world. So it is moving. Okay, and of course I don't need to say all the detail about how, and of course I did say a little bit in Karlstad University, and they are very intellectual, you see. So here we are not here to give lecture, we are here to listen and practice, and try to bring into your heart. Okay? Heart means you need to develop warm human being, okay? So therefore, I need to say a little bit, because practicing Buddhism is very complicated. Just only meditation is not enough. And having devotion to teaching is also, that is very good factor, but that only is not enough. Having good devotion to teacher, that only is not enough. And just reading on the book, and that is also not enough. And doing offerings, that only is not enough. And doing a lot of things, you see, all together makes a Buddhism alive. We have to study, we have to do offering, we have to do prostration, we have to read, we have to learn, and just so many things. Okay? All together makes a Buddhism. If someone is really good in reading and intellectual knowledge, simply having that is very difficult to say that that person is really practicing Buddhism. Therefore, I need to say, for example, like say, in the morning I came, I wear this. Why? Why? Am I wearing this to look me a little bit more handsome? No. Yeah, this is very old one, you see. It doesn't make me handsome. If I have to be handsome, I have to buy a new brand yellow robe. So, why I'm wearing? To pay respect to the teaching. To pay respect to the teaching, what I'm teaching. And this teaching is not by me. See, this is by great teacher called Gyalsay Thogmay, which is well known, respected, but every tradition of Tibetan Buddhism. To pay respect, I try to wear this. I even carry everywhere, okay, everywhere, I pay respect. To pay respect, okay? And then I did prostration. Yesterday there was no space. I did there. Actually, the prostration has been done to the place where I'm going to sit. That too is, I'm not paying respect to me, you see. I'm paying respect where I'm going to teach this teaching. To pay respect to teaching. Even Buddha himself is a Buddha, but he paid respect to his teaching. The teaching is the main thing, more precious than Buddha himself. Even Buddha passed away, the teaching still we have. So therefore, I pay respect from here, pay prostrate to my place where I'm sitting, thinking that from this place I'm giving teaching which was taught by Gyalsay Sangpo, and then also I learned a little bit from historians and another teacher, so I'm giving this as a gift to you. So to say, to feel dedication, devotion, respect, everything, I did prostration. And then I went there to see Solin's Dalai Lama. Okay, to get myself inspiration, first thing. Second thing is I have to say that, please pardon me if I make mistake when I'm giving teaching. I will try my best. I will try to meet your expectation, but your expectation is so big and so wise and so clear. I may not be able to meet, so I might make mistakes, and if I make mistakes, please excuse me. Okay, and then I come here and sit. Before sitting, I have to really consciously have to come up. And then I have to think that, oh, today I'm sitting here, and this is not permanent, it's impermanent. Then I do this, okay? It's like this, okay? Sitting, start, and finish. Like this, impermanent. Sitting here, today I'm sitting maybe few hours, tomorrow maybe a few hours. After that I have to go back, you see. And I have to go to the village, sleep in a village house. And this, why I'm doing this, why we have to do this, some people might earn ego. Oh, I'm sitting here. So among them, I am the greatest. So I am the spiritual teacher. So I'm permanent here, okay? And then now they take and they send and then this, oh, I will be very famous. So all this ego has to be reduced. Otherwise, these are destructive emotion. This will defile or pollute or what is that? Contaminate. It will contaminate the teaching. So try not to have any ego problem, that thinking that this is impermanent. I'm coming up just few hours and then I have to go down. Yeah. And then after that I did a prayer, which just recollect all Buddha's teaching. How vast Buddha gave teaching. Why? He's not making us, he's not taxing us, okay? He is giving us all the guidance, and we are all different persons. Everyone has different mentality, different social background, different imprints, different bring up, education, family background. So many different people, and the different people need different technique. And then if we go to a shop, everyone asks go to a shop. If they sell only bread, it will never make us so satisfied. If there are so many things, so many varieties of things, and someone will choose this bread, and someone will choose this one, everybody can have something which they like. In the same way, Buddha's teaching is so big, so big. Why? He is not making us complicated, but these all are coming out of compassion. Out of compassion. So this big prayer is recollecting the Buddha's teaching. How important, how vast. There's no shortage. Okay? If someone knows Buddhism thoroughly, and there's no shortage, whether it's related to the family problem, and social problem, personal problem, or societal problem, whatever, okay, the Buddhism can be used if someone really knows the Buddhism properly and how to use properly. There's no shortage, okay? It's a lot. Lot, yeah. And of course, people might not have thought that Buddhism can be used in the drug rehab centers. And we introduced one Geshe to go to the different drug rehab centers, alcoholics, and try to use Buddhism. It's really the best, you see. Best. So therefore, this, and then after that, and I do like this thing. So that is just mainly to remove the obstacle for today's teaching. And normally we recite Heart Sutra. And then I did say the essence of Heart Sutra in short, in Sanskrit. And then I to say this is just to remove the obstacles, you see. Either the obstacle mainly is three different obstacles, okay? One obstacle is if you close the vessel and then you go to collect water. If you close the vessel and then release the water, it will not go into it. So therefore you are coming here to listen teaching, your full attention has to be there. Otherwise, you come, close your mind, you go back, nothing inside is possible. This is biggest obstacle. And then another obstacle is that even you come here, but you're thinking that, oh, I attended this teaching, I know this, and so I can teach this, and by teaching this I can collect more money and more names and more faith. Out of this motivation, if you come here, and then you are contaminating the teaching. Even you listen here, no, but all these are contaminated by this bad intention, bad motivation, and which will be not useful. Buddha didn't teach in this way. Second obstacle, okay? Last obstacle is you have to listen, and you also have to hold, listen nicely, really totally open, attentive, and with a good motivation, but try not to forget. Try not to forget, okay? Now, second obstacle example is like a vessel which has which has some dirty things. Even we could put a very pure water, it will be contaminated. So bad motivation should not be there. And removing these two obstacles, still, if this vessel has no bottom, and whatever we put water, it will be disappear at the end. So in the same way, you listen teaching, listen, and at the end, if you say, what did you learn? Oh, I don't know. I was going to the shopping center and buying some bread, and then you didn't receive any teaching. Yeah, I heard something. That all is gone, you see. When you are listening, you listen. But it has all gone. So these three obstacles are the main obstacle. Okay? The vessel has to be pure. Whatever pure thing we put, it remains pure. And yet it has to be totally opened so that it will enter into it, concentration. And it should not be, it should have a very proper bottom so that it will remain there, see. So with this, we say our motivation then to remove the obstacle, okay? And then do this. Everyone has to think in this way. Then I did, which we didn't do in Tibet. It was just introduced in India. Because one of his great teacher called Kunalama Rinpoche, I think one of the greatest saint, layman, very profound saint, okay, and then studied almost all the Buddhist tradition in Tibet, respected by everybody. He was Indian, okay, from Kinnaur, from Himachal Pradesh, and of course at that time any Indian or Nepali can come to Tibet to study Buddhism, enter into the monastery, no problem, no visa, nothing, no ceremony. They can come unedited, Bhutanese, Sikkimese. They can study, okay, full, and they can again hold all the degrees and the positions in the monastery. Even they can be like Kandin, Chiba, like Giluk, throne holder, and in Nyingma tradition can be the biggest, highest teacher also. No one will fight. Oh, you are not Tibetan, why you have to be on the top? No issue this, you see. So, and this Kunalama Rinpoche was one of the greatest teacher. And of course, I was very unlucky. I just received only short teaching when I was in school. Only in school, just short teaching. And at least, okay, that too is very lucky. So many people never seen him, only we saw photo. So therefore, this is His Holiness. While His Holiness was receiving teaching from Kunalama Rinpoche, Lama Rinpoche Tenzin Gyalsay, and then always he quote some text before giving teaching. He always quote from Buddha's teaching or some Nagarjuna or Asanga, and he start with this. And then His Holiness saw that this is very good. And then His Holiness followed. And I'm just trying, okay, just trying. Just trying. I quoted a text from Nagarjuna. Kangi Tuzi Nyasun Tawatan Japan, Tabation to the Kudam chapter means Buddha has no biased mind. He gave this teaching to remove all the bad views and bad intentions, everything. Out of this compassion, he gave this teaching. So, in short, because this is a not good translator, but just give a rough idea. Okay, then after that, then I do offering and mental offering to my teachers. And normally in Tibetan tradition, you all have to do mental offering, but we are not so here. So then I did my mental offering to my spiritual teachers to say thank you. Okay, mainly to say thank you. Okay, by offering this, I say thank you. Okay, and and the motivation is to giving teaching for the benefit of all sentient beings. Okay, in short, like this. So then we start the teaching. So this all has to be like maintained. You see, if we mix one part of it, again it is also making a little bit of like minus. Is prostration not important, so I don't do. Missing one very important point. Prayers, mental offerings, motivations, everything has to be done as good as possible, you see. And then only we can maintain the teaching, tradition. Yeah. Tradition is, some people have very negative feeling towards tradition, but it is not. Traditions are flourished or taught in the way a teacher, profound teacher, how he experienced. And then he taught exactly how he experienced to his disciple. And it forms a tradition, you see. And that experience can be different from one teacher to another teacher. The essence of the teaching is same. The technique, okay, technique, the main is technique. And how he practiced and how he achieved the way according to, rooted to Buddha's teaching, rooted to Nalanda tradition. Then it from one teacher to another teacher, it has little difference technique, you see. We always say that if someone has to climb to a mountain, and one is coming from south side, one coming from north side, one from east side, one on the road can be different, you see. Every road can be completely different. But ultimate goal, because no one is mistaking. Goal is to reach here. Whether coming here or here or here, roads are a little bit like this or like this, it doesn't matter. Ultimate goal is to reach here. So therefore, traditions are like this, okay? One teacher leading from this side, one is leading from that side, one based on the student. So these are very important, okay? As a Buddhist center or Buddhist community, these are very important to preserve and try. Don't be so modernized, okay? Don't be so modernized. Equality is very important. Equality is very important. In certain areas, there's no equality, you see. If you say that we are equal, and then if you say to me, say, you have to speak Swedish, because we are equal. Not equal, you see. Yeah. Then if I say, okay, we are equal, you have to keep teaching the Tibetan language. And there are so many things which we are not equal, you see. But in the basic things, and to achieve the highest goal, of course we are equal. And therefore, it should not be so modernized, and it should not be so professional. If you make it so professional, then it will be like a machine, you see, eating machine. Oh. And in Nepal, do we go, isn't it? Who has visited Nepal? So then we go in the ATM, and sometimes it gives money, sometimes it doesn't give money. And then what can we do? So we have to try another one. We have to try another one. So once one my American friend, they did this and they had to pay quite a lot of money to my friend, and they couldn't get any money. And they felt a bit ashamed, said that, no, we didn't get any money from Adam. He said, what is the problem? What is the problem? No problem, no problem. And they went to America. And then after 3 months, still he didn't write any mail. He didn't write any mail. And then my friend was writing to me, say, oh, this soul is such an unpolluted soul. He has no sense of wanting more money or wanting money as soon as he has no mind like this. It's such a pure soul. And then they send the money. And that's a little extra. Said, thank you so much. It took long time. Maybe they might have done a little bit like examine, you see. How he looks very kind. Is he really kind or not? And the words they wrote was so nice. Their English is perfect. So they wrote so nice, you see. I said, oh, this is really good. This is really good karma. When you make some sort of like advertisement, you got this. He said, oh, no, this is not my quality. So I think I forgot to ask money. So, like, it should not be too professional, okay? Professional is very good, but too professional is, I'm not so happy, okay? We have to be like this. We have to allow to make mistake, okay? And then also I have to admit that I make mistake. And we are here to correct our mistakes and try to make a better human being. If we don't make any mistake, we don't have to come here. As simple as that, isn't it? So I'm making like a Buddhism, to practice Buddhism or to preserve Buddhism, to teach Buddhism or to listen teaching of Buddhism. I'm just explaining this in a small package so that whatever is needed there is there, see. So I hope you will keep this in your mind. And then yesterday, I think there was some people thought that I'm changing the topic, and I'm not changing the topic, okay? I'm going to focus more on the renunciation, but I'm covering everything, what is written in the 37 practices of Bodhisattva, okay? And especially, I will try to cover all the 6 perfections as clear as possible, and the differences between these 6 perfections. And within this 1/6 perfection, there are, out of 6 perfections, there are within that there are some differences, okay? I try. And so I'm not saying that I'm only talking about renunciation. And today's topic is only renunciation, not like this, okay? I'm talking renunciation, a little bit more focused, and then I will try to cover, okay? So we will read now from the second. So we have to cover about 35. From the second I'm reading, okay? The recapitulation. Oh. The first one is explaining how to use the precious human life, how to use the precious human life in a most meaningful way. Okay? And that is impossible day and night. Read, listen, contemplate, meditate on Buddhism. Okay? Yeah. If you do this, and then you are making the most meaningful things in your life. And then for that too is also to make yourself free from samsara and then make others free from samsara. Okay? to make yourself free from samsara is more renunciation, and then make everybody free from samsara is more on the Mahayana tradition. Okay, yeah. And this is one of the Bodhisattva's practice. First Bodhisattva's practice. Isn't it difficult? Easy? Isn't Day and night, okay? And what do we have to do? Okay, day and night, what do we have to do exactly? Listen teaching, and receive teaching, and then contemplate on teaching, and then meditate on teaching, okay? Yesterday I talked a lot of topics. If I had to do all these things, just simply yesterday's topic, what we covered, is, I think, impossible. Even I do day and night for 24 hours, you see. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, isn't it? But then, in short, we can say, whatever you learned yesterday, and that has to be brought, okay? You receive that properly, and then listen properly, and then contemplate. What is contemplation? Contemplation is whatever you listened, okay? You just give a thought with your logics, with your reason, and try to see it as true as possible, or as appealing as possible to you. Whatever you listen, okay, whether it's related with precious human life, or whether it is related with the welfare for others, or whether it's related with the faith, or anything what you listen. Just listen, and then think on it, put your logics, and then bring some text from other great teacher, and make it so solid and so appealing to you that, oh, this is so good, okay. I analyzed, I understood in this way, and it has support logic in this way, and then great text, original text from Buddha and Nagarjuna in this way. So together, I think now this is so good to practice, so appealing to me. That is contemplation. And then when it's so appealing, then you meditate. Okay? Meditate, you know. Yeah? Then you meditate. You know, isn't it? You meditate. Meditate means that if say, for example, like compassion, you use compassion, even teaching about compassion. If you see this compassion so important, oh, this was so good, the quotations are very good, explanations are very good, and then you just think on it, okay, and you put your own logics and examples and everything, and then try to think, I really want to transform my mind into that compassion. How? Okay? And then bit complicated. When you see the sufferings of any other sentient being, either human being or dog or any animal, okay, you see the sufferings. And even the rich people, okay, oh, some rich people are very unhappy. Very, very unhappy. So much ego problems, so much jealousy, so much competition. Oh, just sending an invitation. Oh, this is a very important invitation, so I hope they will send an invitation to me. Oh, they didn't send an invitation to me. What they are thinking, am I garbage? They get angry just unnecessarily, you see. And the rich people have their own sort of, what do you say? Not status. Status is quite normal. Elevated status. Elevated by this elevator. The elevator is run by what? Desire. Electricity is desire. And then on. and then elevator goes up. Our elevator is this, okay? Run by desire. Run by desire, more desire, and the elevator goes higher, higher. Mental elevation goes higher. Therefore, ego is nothing. It is an elevated mind. Elevated, really unrealistic. Feet is not on the ground, in the air. When it will fall down and break the leg, we don't know. You don't know. Yes? So, therefore, of course, every level of this human being has a problem. Okay? Problem. And of course, their problems are different. Those who are on the street, their problem are hungry, very hungry. Oh, how can I get a bread? They don't think that, oh, I really like to go and eat in a 5-star hotel. No dream. Just to get a bread, okay? And then that bread, not small, big bread, because they're very hungry. And that is their expectation. Glass of water or glass of tea. They're not expecting so much, you see. So every level has its own expectation and own problem. And the worst problem for everyone is the body, this body. That is rich or poor, it doesn't matter. Everyone has a problem. Old age is a big problem. Yeah? Disease is a big problem. Yeah. And old age is so difficult to escape. I just say it's very difficult to escape. Almost I'm creating some path, you see. Oh, I say it's difficult, but there must be some path. Actually, we are born as a human being, ordinary human being. Actually, there's no way. How can we escape from there? Impossible. It's coming slowly, slowly. Okay. Eating. All the energy, time, everything is eating. We don't know. We never said, oh, my old age came yesterday. No. In a stupid way, in a very stupid way, say, we celebrate birthday. Actually, one air has been eaten by this. We are nearer to the death, you see, but still we are celebrating. So many, I invited so many of my friends, 1,000 friends came and they gave a lot of gifts and so actually, nearer to 1 year, you see. Happy birthday, going towards the death. So, just think, you see. One of my classmates, he wrote a poem. I sent a conference, greeting to him for the New Year. And he wrote me back, saying that there's nothing I can enjoy. There's nothing I can enjoy, okay? And there's nothing which you can say Tashidile. Tashidile is a big word, Tashidile, because I'm altered by 1 year. And 1 year has gone from my hand. One year, 363 or 636, whatever, okay, days are gone in our hand. If I reflect back, what did I do during that 360 days? What did I do? If I do really good things, wow, good. If I waste it, then it's a big waste. Big waste, you see. Oh, I did so many terrible things, bad things. Oh, including anger, jealousy, all this. I did so many bad things. And then 1 year is passed by doing so many bad things instead of doing so many good things. So then you have to really think that you have to use your time wisely. Every moment you have to use your time wisely. Meaningful. Okay, meaningful. Your existence has to be really meaningful. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. You can smile.
Yeah.
You can say, Tashdile, happy birthday. But inside you, okay? But you have to decide, okay, I'm not here to say you have to be happy or unhappy. Just you have to decide. I'm just telling, from the Buddhist perspective. So this time I'm going to have my birthday in New York and on the 3rd of December. And they already told me, said that, oh, we are very happy that you are coming on the 1st of December. Now we can celebrate your birthday in New York, and we can also celebrate our Christmas with you in New York. And then your responsibility is to decorate the Christmas, to put the Christmas tree. So on the 22nd, I have to put the Christmas tree and decorate. Busy Buddhist mom. Busy decorating Christmas tree. They are thinking that I will enjoy. and then I'm saying that, okay, thank you so much for giving such a good chance. I really wrote, okay, thank you so much, you see. I respect all the religions, all other religions, because I'm at least at the like really simple follower of Hiswanid Dalai Lama. And Hiswanid always say that we have to pay respect to all the religions. He is promoting the religious harmony, you see, and I'm his follower, so I have big responsibility. So I say, okay, thank you so much for giving this opportunity, and I have some experiences, you see. And yeah, I have some experiences. I think I will do. Really good, and I will not do it with disrespect or like this. I will do it with full respect, you see. Good chance. Oh, Buddhist monk putting Christmas tree and decorating Christmas tree is practical respect, you see. Yeah. So now I stop. We have to finish so many things. Now I recaptured, okay, recapitulate and just try to show, okay, like in a full aspects of Buddhism, because sometimes we just get a small bit of it and then think that this is everything, and then anyone else trying against this is so bad like this. So you should not be thinking this way. So we get a bigger perspective, okay, full. Then now second is patient towards friends, turns like water. That is part of renunciation. Hatred towards enemy burns like fire. Through the darkness of ignorance, one forget what to adopt and what not to, what to reject. To abandon one's homeland is the practice of Bodhisattva. So when we stay in one place, whether it's your homeland or not, okay, when you stay in one place, and then we started developing. And these friends are very nice. These are my family friends. They are so bad. So they have been giving me so much problem, and their problems are so much that sometimes I even can't sleep. And it has been like 10 years, 15 years. One part, okay? Another part is, oh, they are very close friend of mine. I always invite them on my birthday or on Christmas or whatever, okay? And there's like a big 2 or 3 divisions, okay? One is like ignored. Nothing good, no bad. And a group, very, very bad. And then we have also my brothers, my sisters, and my mothers, my grandmothers, and all these are on one side. I have so much attachment. And then there's my enemy, and then so many who make lot of problem to me and on this, and then hatred. Between this hatred and this huge attachment, totally blind attachment, and we are spend our life. If we stay in one place very long, okay? Therefore, this great renouncer, like Thomas Sangpo, he says that abandon and try to go to different places, okay? Without, don't develop attachment in one place. Just go, okay? And there will be not so many people who are so attached as a friend, and there will be not so many people who are so angry, aversion. Instead, you will have a really balanced equanimity towards everybody, and that will help you to practice your compassion or equanimity or unconditional love or bodhicitta or tolerance or whatever. Okay, it's possible. Therefore, he says, this is the essential teaching. Okay, now I don't want to explain so much. Passion towards friends, just like water. Okay, the hatred towards enemy burns like fire. I think we all have experience of this, isn't it? Attachment we have experience, and then anger we have, hatred or anger we have experience. I think we don't need to explain. And then we are so conditioned, okay? We are so conditioned in this sort of like normal appearance, okay? So conditioned that we have no wisdom who can differentiate whether this is right or wrong. That is the darkness, okay? Here, and there's through the darkness of ignorance, one forget what to adopt, which is really, really useful for one's own self, for others. What has to be rejected, which are very, very harmful for one's own self and for others. We forget. You see, reject. So now, if you are really on the way to practice Bodhisattva's way of life, and then this abandon one's homeland is the practice of Bodhisattva. Difficult, isn't it?
I don't trust.
No. Yes.
I was just thinking of the word homeland, because the first time I heard this, I did have some difficulty to understand. Is it I must leave the place where I'm living? But now I've done that also. But now I think more the homeland. It must be also that you get rid of all this clinging and all this ego implement on you, so it softens, and then it's not the same homeland anymore because you have no boundaries in the same way as before. Or do you think homeland is really the place where you stay? Is it so? I want to ask.
No, not necessarily. Yeah. So I think you give a very good point. The main thing is not the land, not the homeland. Main thing is to reduce the attachment towards very, very close friend or family members, and then reduce the anger or hatred towards anyone who is around there. That is the main thing. You remain in your home, it's okay. It is okay. And even if you go to other place, okay, no, I don't want to stay in Sweden, I wanted to go to Nepal.
Yeah.
But then, if you don't reduce your anger and attachment, then there's no point. So therefore, renunciation. What is renunciation? What is renunciation? And also I always talk about contentment, okay, against greed. Against greed. Now these days I'm talking quite a lot about greed. And then I try to talk about contentment, okay? The contentment, okay? Contentment can be applied to many things, you see. Food, yes. Clothes, yes. Shelter, yes. Money, yes. And then even you can use to the names, fames, position, power. Okay? And then even you can use like any types of things which are taking you unnecessarily, uselessly. Yeah. So contentment means try to have a sense of getting satisfaction, whatever you have. Okay? If you have one pair of shoes, if you are very happy with this, totally not happy, just satisfied with this, you will be totally happy with having two pair of shoes. If you don't have contentment or satisfaction by having one pair of shoes, you will never get satisfaction by having two pairs of shoes or three pairs of shoes. You will want more and more and more. And that is desire. Desire, okay? That is desire. And if you are totally contented, at any time you are getting ready, I'm really happy. I have a very nice pair of shoes. I'm very happy with this shoe. This is so comfortable. And then if this is torn out, I can buy now. Then no problem. Anyway, I can buy it. Why I have to store 50, 60, 100 shoes? Yeah. At present, I have also quite a good shoe, you see. It is quite expensive shoe. And so, yeah, and then when I use it, it's really comfortable. And then someone bought another new shoe, which was quite expensive, again. And then when I was about to leave to Nepal, and my niece, I told my niece that, okay, I'm going to use this old one, wear, and I'd like to take the new one. She said, no, don't take the new one. Either you wear a new one or old one. One has to be at home. And then I was a bit suspicious. Why? I have no right to have two shoes, you see. Why? And the answer was quite nice. And then I laughed, you see. I laughed. I didn't say anything, so I went with the old shoe. So I have a new one at home. So, I think it is attachment, isn't it? Attachment, okay? You don't have to leave your home or homeland if your attachment is reduced. Yeah, if you have strong attachment, you have to fight with your attachment. Leaving home is not enough, you see. We Tibet left our home. We created a home in India, and then we have, some of us have strong attachment to the home, you see. So it is mind training. Yeah. He's giving a training how to reduce. If it is better, if it is absolutely the only possibility to remove your, to run away from your home, of course we have to do. If there's other way, okay, there's other way. This is one way to reduce attachment and anger, and there's other way. So you can search more, okay? And then you don't have to define homeland exactly. Wherever you have very strong attachment, very strong anger, whether it's homeland or not, you have to quit, better to quit, or train your mind to reduce it. Okay? Yeah. It is a very good practice, very good practice. This is the worst case, you see. Today, we are fighting. We are fighting among the religion, among the caste, among the nationality. This whole world, okay, this planet is not demarcated in the way we are seeing today. It was just a planet, you see, it was just a planet. We made it from here to here is India, and here is Pakistan, and here to here is Bangladesh, and then they are Bangladesh, we are Indian. They are Pakistan, we are Indian. And then they are fighting. If we have sense of like thinking that, oh, this is the only home, this is the only home we all have. We all are human beings. We all are same. We all are longing for happiness. And so many sad things are happening because of the division, because of attachment, you see. So many unnecessary things. I told you, we never had any border problem between Nepal and India. Never. We can go at any time for pilgrimage to Nepal or to India. They can come at any time to Tibet to study Buddhism. They can spend whole life in Tibet. No issue border, you see. Going flow is there, you see. Of course, this belongs to India, this belongs to Nepal. Roughly. But almost no border. No border. Anybody can come, go, do business. Some are doing business, some are going for pilgrimage, some are coming to just enjoy. Not much to enjoy, but just very harmonious. Yeah. And then some Nepalis, they have like summer wife and winter wife. They come to Tibet, have shop in Lhasa, many shop in Lhasa, and they have summer wife, Tibetan wife. And in winter they come to Nepal. In winter, they have winter wife in Nepal. Nepal wife and Tibetan wife. Yes, true. I'm speaking true. Yes. And then it was not much fighting. Not much fighting, no. And also the Muslims in Lhasa, they have their own mosque, and there are many Muslims. They have Tibetan wife. A Tibetan wife goes to the Chogang temple and Buddhist monastery, and he goes to his mosque. No one is asking, oh, you are terrible. No, never. All these issues are, I don't know where it arises. Developing so much attachment to my land, my country. You are not allowed to come in, and then if you go, you have to have some paper to go there. And so much. It's like so much papers, mountains of papers. If it collapses, we all will collapse. You see, oh, you have paper, so the whole planet is collapsing, but you have paper, so you can sit. No. Sometimes I think these are more important than the teaching, you see. These are more important than teaching. Really have to think, oh, we all are human beings. We all are human beings. We all are human beings. And his son very open said, when someone is coming to meet him, he always say, okay, now I'm a human being and I have another human being coming, meet me. He never think that I'm Tibetan or I'm Tibetan Buddhist man, or he never think that I'm Dalai Lama. He said, I never think this way. I just go and see that, oh, I'm a human being and I'm meeting another human being. And so easy, you see. Oh, I'm Prime Minister and so many police and securities and this. And then by having these civil so important, you see. Hundreds of securities. Why? Why you need security? Unnecessarily problem, you see. Yeah. But this is all because of homeland. Not a physical homeland, okay? Homeland made in us. We made the homeland, okay? So, and then all these problems started. Yeah, connected, yeah. So, now we go to the next. I think we will not finish. Because my, what do you say? There are certain areas which I really wanted to vomit everything, you see. as soon as there's some listeners, I really want you to talk. Because it's so important, we don't have any chance. Now, next year, maybe we will meet, maybe not, we will meet, you see. We are meeting just once in a year. That too is only 3 days. And that too is running. 5 o'clock close. Go back. Oh. Yeah. Still, we say we are free. We are free. Okay? We are free. 5 o'clock we have to go. And we have no freedom, you see. 10 o'clock we have to come. No freedom, you see. Just we are conditioned. This is all about homeland. And then, I hope you understood the meaning, okay? Essence. Yeah. Wherever you go, try not to develop attachment towards anything. And try not to develop any big hatred to anybody, okay? And that's the main point. Whether you live in Sweden or in Tibet or in Nepal, it doesn't matter so much. That is the secondary, you see. And some people, they have to shift. That makes more easy, okay, to reduce. Otherwise, avoiding is not the best solution. Avoiding is not the best solution, you see. Avoiding, you understood? Avoiding anger is not the best solution. To challenge the anger. To challenge the anger is the best solution. Yeah. So now third, giving up inhospitable place and mental affliction gradually decreases. With no distraction, virtuous activity naturally increases. When mind becomes clear, conviction in the Dharma is born, means practice. Therefore, seeking solitude is the practice of Bodhisattvas. So remaining in the solitude, in an isolated place. Please don't go, everybody, please don't go to isolated place. Why? If everyone goes to isolated place, then there will be no isolated place. Isn't it? Yeah. And then you will come where I go for isolated place, you will come. Then it is not isolated place, you see. And I will come to your isolated place, and that will be not isolated place. So please don't go to isolated place. When do we have to stop?
Maybe we used to have lunch 1 o'clock, so maybe we can take a pause for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
You choose?
Yeah, now it's 10:11, huh? 11:11.
Yeah, so you know
Yeah.
when it's best.
So 11:15 to 11:30 is okay? Break.
Yeah.
Just break, okay? So then we go another 4 minutes. So. Is it fika or what? Fika or just a break? Or?
Yeah, it's coffee or tea for the one.
Okay, and there's also something to eat?
Yes,
Oh,
bread.
then it's really fika. Very important in Sweden. There are some teachings, okay? Some teachings, yes, they said, even you are in a very, very isolated place. If your mind is not isolated, and almost there's no point. You see, if you are staying in a family, if your mind is not attached to something, or your mind is not aversion towards anything, your mind remains so calm and totally focused on the practice. And you're already in the isolated place. Of course, this is when we reach to certain level, when we practiced, achieved certain level of practices, okay? And then not necessarily to go to isolated place. In the beginning, our mind is so restless, and then if we can stay in an isolated place, some sort of like month or 3 months or 1 year, and it gives a chance to the mind to be more away from the distractions, like going to the film or going to a big restaurant, and all these are not possible in an isolated place. And then it gives more chance that to see, oh, I see. Of course, most of the great spiritual teachers, I think they stayed in an isolated place. For example, Gyalsay Thogmay, he almost remained in the Ngulju Tapo is cave. Really isolated. Yeah.
Yes, what is meant by the first line here, giving up inhospitable places? What is meant by inhospitable places? Inhospitable
is not welcoming place. Yeah, okay. Places which are not so welcoming. Yeah, and giving up inhospitable places and mental affliction gradually arises. Okay. We create, you see, we just create. It is not there, which is inhospitable place. But because of our mentality, we make it inhospitable place. Yeah. We fight someone, and then bully someone, and then jealous to someone, and slowly this place becomes not a welcoming place. Because of me, because of my disturbed emotions. No one likes it. No one wanted to invite. And then this place becomes an inhospitable place. Yeah. If we remain in one place, it's more dangerous. Yeah. More dangerous. Yeah. If we change a little bit. Then, now I will go to the next. And then, please, and then fourth, friends and relatives acquainted for long will separate, and possessions gained with exertion will be left behind. Consciousness, the guest, will leave the guest house of the body. When we are going from here to Nepal, or so when we are going from here to say Karlstad or Stockholm, we do quite a lot of packing. We do really seriously packing. Especially when we go to Nepal, it's a very long way, so we have to pack very nicely. So everything, whatever I need, has to be packed properly. Sometimes we make lists and we pack properly. When we need everything, there's no way we have to pack, you see. So everything has to goodbye and go. Nothing we can pack. When we die, nothing can be packed, you see. One monk who was attendant of a very high Lama, when he left Tibet, of course he was a main attendant, so he has a very good house and a very good room, and also have a lot of nice things inside, okay? And then the time came that they have to leave their home because Chinese came. And then he told me this story. So he bought a really nice log, and then late evening, and when the darkness falls, then they have to leave, and they prepared some horse. Of course, no car, horse, all this, and then all the servants are ready, and they made the timing, and then he came to his room, really nice, and light some butter lamp. And that butter lamp shines on the tangas and statues and the altars and everything, okay. It looks so beautiful, okay. And then he said, oh, now I have to close the door. Now I have to close the door. I'm going. I'm leaving this house. I may come back, I may not come back. Most probably, I will never see this home again. But still closed the door and locked and put the key here. Never went back, you see. He died in India. And that happened in many of the Tibetans. In my family also. I remember that late evening, we were in summer near the mountain, quite close to Nepal. And we have many animals, you see, goats and sheep and some yaks, not big number, few yaks, and then very good dog, and then a really big tent, and in the tent we have quite a good property. And one evening, and then my mother, whole day my mother and father were close door and they packing. And then in the evening they said, now we have to go. And I said, where are we going? We are going to a place where there's many tribes to play. Wow. Okay. I was the most stubborn boy. Among the three children, I was most stubborn. Yeah. And then I have a fat goat. It has a very small ear, white. And she had also baby goat, white, same, small ear. And I said, oh, I want to take her. He said, no, we are going very far away. And when we are coming back, so we are coming back maybe after 1 or 2 months. And who will take care of this? Oh, they told me some guy said, someone is coming and they will take care. And then we just left, okay, everything, tent is erected. And all the utensils, all the fireplaces, everything's there, altar, everything's there, okay? Just we took some bedding and some food, and then that's all. And then all the animals around are, including all the dogs, are just there. We have never seen. So these types of things we experience in a living way. So we all have to experience like this, isn't it? We all have to experience this one day. One day, life is impermanent. We don't know when we will die. There's no timetable, no schedule, nothing definite, but death is definitely will come one day. So we have to decide that I really want to do something meaningful in my life, so that when I'm closing my eye or dying, I will have no regret, and I will have no attachment, saying that, oh, I left that one, I left that one, oh no, I have to go, oh, not like this, you see, just happily, yes, I used this for good purpose, I had this, it was so good that I helped this person, I treated that person, nicely treated, helped. I have nothing left, but it's so good, you see, so good. And that is renunciation. You see, if you're collecting, attachment, collecting, and when the death comes, and we feel that now I'm going to die. What will happen to my dog? What will happen to my jewelry? What will happen to my gold? What will happen to my horse? What will happen to my sheep? What will happen? Oh, and then some people, they have like many houses. In India, some rich people, they have house in Bombay, big house in Bangalore, big house in Delhi, big house in Lucknow, many, you see. And the big garden. I have to say goodbye. Nothing can be taken with you. Only your karma, good karma will follow with you. And the bad karma will follow with you. Nothing can take with you. Okay? Only the good karma, bad karma will follow with you like shadow. Even we throw, it will not go away. Very sticky. It will go with you. And you will experience, good or bad, you will experience, you see. So therefore, staying in an isolated place is good, but then you have to train your mind to be detached, okay, to be detached. And that is renunciation, part of renunciation, okay? Yeah. Don't be so attached, you see. Even the body which you brought with you, one day you have to depart from there. You have to leave the body, cremate it. I had been hugging my mother and playing with her this, you see. She was very old, and she was very old, and this I was hanging like this, you see. Like, and I play with her. I play with her, you see. And she enjoyed. She said, do it again. It was not like this, you see. It was so nice. Fit. And that's like what you say, flip-flop. I used to hug. I enjoy her smell, you see. Old smell. And so nice. Hug. But he has gone. The most important precious of my life has gone. I can't take her with me, and she can't take me with her. If there's a gathering, and there's departure. This is the nature, see. We have to accept. We can't escape from there. But only thing is that, okay, we spent very nice time together. She stayed with me 27 years. After passing away my father, I took her into my small staff room, and we stayed 27 years together. We never had any sort of fighting or disagreement like this. That is treasure, you see. And together we did nice things. That is treasure. And together we did some bad things. Very bad. Very bad. No. Too late to regret. Too late. You have to think. And not to be too attached, okay? Yeah. Yeah, now it's a thing. Okay, yes, you have to say thank you. Yeah.
I just stopped that.
For this, okay, yeah. Of course, there are many things to explain, but sometimes I go. Is it? Huh? I will just read, okay, the fourth one I will just read. And if you are happy, then we just go to the next. Friends and relatives appointed for long will separate, and possessions gained with exertion will be left behind. Consciousness, the guest, will leave the quest house of the body. To let go of this life is the practice of Bodhisattva. Means don't be so attached to this life. Okay? It's not saying die. No, it's not saying. Just don't be so attached to this life. Okay? Yeah. We are not attached to this life, isn't it? No. No. So you have to check how much you are attached to your life, this life, and how much you are attached to your possessions, and how much you are attached to your relatives or acquainted or anyone. Just check, just check. Just get yourself prepared. When you say goodbye, you are able to say goodbye happily. Okay? Not crying, shouting. It's just say goodbye. Okay? If possible, in the state of meditation. Okay? In the state of meditation. If possible. And plan for the next life also. So I like to be born there. So I'll be more useful. If possible. It depends upon your practice, you see. And even if this is not possible, just not be so attached. At the end, just leave everything easily, if possible, happily, with a smiling face. Okay? If possible. Okay? That is only possible, as Hisolin says, if you really want to die peacefully, and you really have to learn to live your life peacefully. Okay? If you live your life peacefully, without any negativities, without any sort of destructive emotions, and then it is just automatic that your life, your death will be very peaceful. If you develop so much attachment to certain group of people or properties or what they, certain hatred or anger towards certain, and then I think that the possibility of dying peacefully is next to impossible. Next to impossible, see? Of course you can say some teacher, please pray, pray, pray. And that is almost like not so realistic. Okay? Yeah. And then living life in a peaceful is not depend upon anything else, you see, because we are born, okay, we are born and we are brought up with love and care by someone else. And as historians always say, that before we follow religion, and we received love and care from our mother. So we are brought up by affection and love by our parents, not by religion. So therefore, this is very important. This is very important. And we can develop love and compassion towards every sentient being without any religion. Without any religion. We don't need any religion. Without any religion, we can develop very sincere, pure compassion, loving kindness towards every sentient being. We don't have any level of religion, you see. So therefore, love and compassion are possible even if we don't have any religion. Okay? Now, and then to make your life meaningful, oh, thinking a little bit too much. Yeah?
But what is the meaningful life? What should be the main goal of the life?
Huh?
What should be the main goal of the life? What is the purpose?
The teaching, according to this teaching, okay, according to this teaching, of course it will come later. He says that all the good qualities and happiness and everything is coming out of caring and loving others. All the sources of suffering and sufferings are unfortunate things are coming due to the caring of one's own self a lot. So reduce this and increase that. If you are able to do good for others, even to the enemy, And if you try to reduce selfish thinking, I think the selfish thinking is the most terrible thing. If you are able to reduce this, you are doing something meaningful. And that technique is to develop a big sense of responsibility for others. And then in Shantideva he says that, oh, there's not much I have to explain. In short, he said, in short, check. Buddha, he treasured others much, much more than himself. So he achieved Buddhahood. We treasured maximum for ourselves, we have remained in suffering and problem. So see, check the difference, and then you will know, okay, the meaning of life. Yeah. So we have to try to reduce our self-attachment. Of course, this teaching is, the main focus is this. And whether you talk that this as a mind training, or Bodhisattva's way of life, or 37 practice of Bodhisattva's life, whatever you talk, mind training, whatever you talk, just this system. And then also, the question arises, okay, now these days, everybody says, oh, take care of yourself. You have to take care of yourself. If you can't take care of yourself, then how can you take care of others? Actually, this is very stupid. We have been taking care of ourselves. I'm now 67 years old. I've taken care of myself. What did I gain? If I had taken care of others more than myself, I would have achieved a very high state of mind. I did stupid things, you see. And now these are guidance, big guidance. Attending 20,000 like this, you see. Take care of yourself. Otherwise you will not be able to take care of others. That we have been doing. Now we have to change. Switch off this and turn something else.
But is it not good to find a balance between these? Because
No.
you don't think so?
No.
Because I see so many people get burnt out.
Yeah,
They
this is a big issue.
Yeah.
This is a big issue. I have been asked by many, many places, okay. The most intensive talk on this issue was in Israel. All were leaders, okay, leading. Some are psychotherapists, some are psychologists, some are trainers and managers and all this, okay. I think there were something like 21. And it was organized by one of my intimate friends. Otherwise, I think they will not value me to be giving talk to them, you see. So, and the topic was helping the helpers. Yeah, helping the helpers. Then I asked, okay, oh, helpers need help. Okay, this is helper, and this need a help. And then this is helper, and this need another help. And how long the queue? Is it 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 or 1 million? I don't know. Helper has to be a helper, you see. If helper need a helper, then he is not a helper. Of course, it is wrong to say. The problem is, okay, those who are helping, okay, now see technically, those who are helping, they say that we are helping really sincerely. Are they 100% sincere? Are they not longing for salary? Are they not longing for praise? Are they not longing for reward? Are they not longing for thank you? Are they not longing for appreciation? If they are longing for this, then their helping is not pure. And if they don't get this, then get tired. If they totally for the sake of others, totally 100%, not looking for any expectation in return, 100% out of compassion. it will not eat our energy, it will generate a lot of energy. Otherwise, Buddha would have completely burned out. Writing so many books, giving so many teachings. Out of compassion, more you help, more you get energy. More you get happiness, you see. Happiness. By solving this problem, wow, that doesn't have to say thank you, see. Not expectation. In return, no salary, no expectation, no appreciation, no. Just give it wholeheartedly, without any expectation. And then this will give, this is pure heart. This is not defiled, not contaminated, pure. And this pure giving, helping, will not eat your energy. Instead, if you just see, even that person didn't say any thank you, but just seeing that person very happy and cured or happy, wow, that's so good, okay. Even he didn't say any thank you. Oh, achieved, okay, thank you. Instead of saying that person thank you to the person who helped her, the helper will say, thank you so much, giving this chance. So wonderful. Therefore, Mother Sentient Beings are so important. Mother Sentient Beings are so important. We talk about Mother Sentient Being, but we don't get the taste of Mother Sentient Being. How important the Mother Sentient Beings are. How important, you see. Yesterday I talked, starting from the basic thing till we achieve enlightenment. The Mother Sentient Beings are there. Therefore, Shantideva, he says that Sanjana Sanjana Tabe Chudu Tavalas, Gyala Puja Sanjana member to the Jitu. He says, to achieve, to practice Mayana tradition, to achieve enlightenment, the Buddha and the sentient beings are equally important. Why we pay so much respect to Buddha and not to sentient being? What is this? He's asking this question, okay? And the other issue he says, Sankhya choose Simjana Vivan, Tadadari, Chatune, Simjana Chuja Gavadu. Buddha Shantideva says, every sentient being has a seed of Buddha nature. Everybody has a nature to be enlightened. By seeing this quality, I respect every sentient being. So these are lacking, you see, these are lacking. Therefore I say, true professional is not so good. Because it takes away, it is so cold, you see, it is so cold. So therefore it takes away the good human feeling. We have to connect with the human being, good human being. We have to try to taste the warmth of human being. And then another answer is, in the worst case, if you really want to love yourself, love others. If you really want to love yourself in the best way, love others. If you want to love yourself in the wisest way, love others. This is the only solution. That's the only solution. Okay? There's no other way to love yourself in the best way.
What was the response from this group?
Who?
You're talking about in Israel.
No, I don't want to tell. And we will not finish. Yeah, and of course I was asking many questions to them. Yeah, of course they are very intelligent, very intelligent. And my last visit was, I told them, okay, if you are inviting me as a Buddhist teacher, and you can invite many other teachers, okay, I don't want to come. There are many, much better than me. So why you are inviting me? You're stupid. If you need someone who can integrate some of the Buddhist teaching into education, in a system of education, in a really parent to children, children to staff, teacher to parent, and a little bit these types of things, okay, easy things. And then maybe I'm useful, and I make myself accessible to you. Otherwise, don't invite me. Same case to you. Same case to you. You can invite many good teachers. Why you invite me? Of course, I'm just on the way. Incidentally, I happen to be visit here, so I accept it. Otherwise, yeah. So therefore, just to, I think you understood, isn't it? You really understood. Okay? Understood is also one thing. You really thought that this is really good. I want you to do this. As I told you, Milarepa said, by seeing the food is not enough. To get the satisfaction for hunger, you have to eat. By listening teaching is not enough. To get the experience, you have to practice, meditate. Otherwise, means talking is like eating the sugar cane, outer part of the sugar cane. Little bit sweet, little sweet, outer part of the sugar cane. That is talking, okay? Means real thinking of the real essence of the teaching. And then if you eat the innermost part of the sugar cane, oh, this is so good. So, yesterday someone asked, how can we know that we reached or we expect this? You have to do it, then you will know, you see. Yeah? Yeah?
How to reduce selfish thinking?
Yeah. The reducing selfish thinking is based on the Shantideva's text or based on the mind training. Always say that selfish is creating a lot of problem, and selfish is minimizing the potential of one's own self, and selfish is just narrowing the vision or the aim or the objectives. Terribly narrow, small. One person, you see. And thinking for others is so many, you see. So try to think of others as much as possible and try to do or speak for others as much as possible, and try to ignore, okay, try to minimize the narrow way of thinking, just focus on one's own self. And then Madhyamika, my Chandikirti, he says, Tambo Ngashi Dala Sheju, Dali Tichimana Chon, Soju Chanda Rama, Patrol means Tambo Ngashi Dala. The question is why we are circled in this samsara. Again, born, suffer, die, and then born again, suffering, like all the time, like millions of lives we suffered. And asked, why is this happening like this? And the answer was, the one of the source is by developing sense of self-attachment. Na is I. Here is attached, grasping. And then after that, mind. Develop attachment towards mind. Okay? Then because of this, we earn karmas. Okay? And then because of this karma, and then we are born based on this. We are born again and again in this samsara. We never become free from samsara. So, to understand this, of course we need to understand the base root cause of the attachment towards I is ignorance. Not knowing how the I is really existing. We perceive the I really independent. Very important, okay, very important. You see, I, very important. Have to go to the mirror again. because I have to give a speech in front of so many people, or I have to put on this nice, it has to match nicely, and okay, then I have to use this word, so I will try not to make mistake, and it will deface my profile in the front. There's so many, you see, it arises, naturally it arises, you see. Many people are so nervous talking in front of some people because of self-attachment, you see. Yeah? So this has to be reduced, and then you will be very, very relaxed, okay? I think I put this example where? I think in Volcom, I think, when we were having book, yeah, self-attachment is like the stomach filled with gas, like this. If you sleep this way, very uncomfortable. Sleep in this way, very uncomfortable. Oh, this way is very uncomfortable. Because this is impossible, you see. So the only thing we can feel comfortable is just release. And then you strongly relate. If you reduce self-attachment, you will feel so comfortable. To talk, to mix up with rich people, poor people, egoistic people, lazy people, or humble people, no problem. To laugh, no problem. To talk, no problem. Eat anywhere. Dress any sort of dress. You will feel so relaxed. Because this self-attachment makes so uncomfortable, you see. And because this, we have some ego problem, all this, as explained here. Yeah? Of course, it needs a lot of training, so just, please, just think. It will really help you. And then he's always talking a lot about the physical hygiene and mental hygiene. Mental hygiene, okay? Physical hygiene, like healthy food for the physical body and healthy food for the mind. So this mind training for thinking others and reducing self-attachment is the best nutrition for the mental healthiness, healthy mind. Yeah. I think it's enough. Yeah. Our going down is like snail's pace, moving on the leaf. So now we really go to the fifth. So this is quite simple, but it is also quite tricky. So I will read and then we will try to explain in short, okay? When due to friendship with someone, the three poison increases, degrading the activities of listening, reflecting, and meditation. Activities, listening, teaching, and then reflecting on teaching, okay? And meditating on Buddha's teaching. Decrease, okay, this. And destroys loving kindness and compassion because of the bad influence by the any types of friends or whatever, okay? Now he says that to give up such a friend is the practice of Bodhisattva. So what you will ask the question, not very difficult to explain. Give up, okay, give up. To give up such a friendship is the practice of Bodhisattva. Easy, isn't it? Explanation, no problem. It's very easy. So there are some questions. If Bodhisattva is meant for the welfare of other sentient beings, how that Bodhisattva can give up those people who have all these bad influences? That is the only question arises, okay? Give up, okay? Give up such a friendship is the practice of Bodhisattva. What is give up? What does it mean? Pongwa, in Tibetan is pongwa, abandon. Chonghe pongwa jasa lani, chonghe pongwa. Chonghe is a bad friend. Pongwa is abandon. So here they use a give up. Okay. And pongwa is also same question arises. Yeah. If the Bodhisattvas are meant to help every sentient being without differentiating, and then how can someone can abandon such a person who is a very bad person, gives a bad influences? Actually, according to Bodhisattva's practice, and those are the best teachers. Yeah, mentioned in many teachings, you see. So now, is it contradiction? It will never be a contradiction to like this great teacher. So it has stages, okay, stages. At a time, we have to be very aware or keep some distance from these negative friends, because we are not so strong. Instead of guiding them, they will guide us to do wrong things, you see. It's possible. Therefore, the aim is to guide them properly, but to make yourself strong. For the time being, just keep distance, okay? That is all. The answer is just keep distance for the time being. But don't think or don't plan that I'm not going to do anything for these bad people. Don't think in this way, don't plan in this way. Keep in the heart, okay, if I get a chance, I will definitely help them. But today, they are very strong, very influential. So if I don't avoid them, and I will be ruined. Therefore, in the early stage, we have to be very careful. Okay? Understood?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes?
What do you do with relatives?
Yeah, in reality.
Yes, relatives.
Yes, relative, yes. Relative, it's just, yeah. Very practical. It's very practical. According to the mind stage. Yeah, no one will teach, okay. And the baby is like in kindergarten, or almost like 2-3 years, we will say, oh, quantum physics. Quantum physics is very good, but then I can't teach. We have to wait, you see, till this person is capable of learning the quantum physics. Same. Yeah, same. But that's very, very careful. Very careful, very wise, you see. Yeah. Is it? Are you happy? Yeah. Very stubborn.
But it is different.
They have been telling me stories, okay. We went for trekking in Nepal. Every stop they ask me to tell story. You just have a cup of tea and I have to tell the best stories to them. And best stories are not that cheap, you see. I think I told you, I told quite few stories, isn't it?
Yeah,
They are trekking, and then we get tired, and they have tea, and they are telling me story. I'm tired. But it was very good trekking. Really, really memorable trekking. So much fun, so much jokes, and so much laughter, and sometimes we get totally tired of laughing. Yeah, thank you. Now we go to the 6th. If you are listening and reflecting, now I'm repeating 5, okay? You are reflecting and then meditating on Buddha's teaching, especially 37 practices of Bodhisattva. And if someone comes and we go for bar, we go for dance, or we can have a bubble, drugs. Come, it's really good. And then you have to say no, okay, no. You have to really say no, and then strongly no, and then try to influence that person to be able to say no for himself, okay. And like that is sort of situation, and situation arises quite often, you see, quite often. And we are dealing with many of the drug addicts also, and then we are dealing about the trafficking also, and sometimes really get angry, you see. We really get angry. In Tibet we say very bad words, you say. Averro is, what is the meaning of Averro? Averro is father's dead body. We say, when we are very angry with someone, and we get really angry, Averro. Sometimes we really get angry, you see. Oh, so unbelievably cruel. Unbelievably cruel. And then if you see from the perspective of this teaching, then you can be relaxed. Yes. As in the Shanti Deva's text, he says, Tuben yumo, tasiji yumo tine kansam. Very important, very important. Buddha saw the destructive emotion in that person as an enemy, but not the person who has destructive emotion. You see, the Buddha saw the destructive emotion as the enemy, but not the person who has destructive emotion. Person who has destructive emotion is the target of compassion, loving kindness. His destructive emotion is really terrible enemy, has to be kicked out, okay? Kicked out. No way to stay in his mind. Who will differentiate like this, you see? The Buddha. Really. We mix up everything and we fight. We fight, mix. He is very angry with me. Now I will kill him. Who says, oh, he's overpowered by anger. He becomes so helpless. Who is thinking in this way? If we are able to think in this way, then we feel compassionate to the person who is very angry. But we really feel that I have to help the anger within him so that he will be more calm. Very important, isn't it? So helping the helper. helping one of the helper. Now sixth, when relying on someone, your negativity diminishes and your positive quality grows like a waxing moon. Cherish such a spiritual friend more than your own body. And this is the practice of Bodhisattva. And that again, there's one question, isn't it? Isn't it? Of course, there's one good friend, okay, like we say Dharma friend. Dharma friend, okay? Dharma friend means those friends who are helping us to practice Dharma in a more profound, unmistaken, better way. Those are called Dharma friend, okay? And those people who are disagree with this, well, you are in the 21st century. Still you are believing in these stupid things. Just give it away. Come with us. Now these days we find these types of persons, you see. And those people are, for the time being, we have to say, no. Please keep yourself distant from me. I don't agree with you. Please just don't mix up with me. Keep yourself away. In this way we have to practice this verses, okay? Not like there's someone who is like something standing, bad thing, many good, bad qualities. Not like this. Just instantly it comes in front of us. Showing bad direction, influencing negativities, encouraging us to do bad things. And then you have to calculate, okay, now this is friend. I don't want to mix up for the time being. If possible, I will try to convert him to a better friend who will help me to develop positive things. Yeah? I think finish it. When relying on someone, your negativity diminishes and your positive quality grows like a waxing moon. We cherish such a spiritual friend. Spiritual friend. Okay, spiritual friend is, I think, almost like a spiritual teacher in Tibetan. Yeah. That is very important. Not to be, not to be disconnected from that person, and not to be, not to develop any sort of negativity towards that person. Instead, to be more connected and to be more friendly, well connected. Okay, remain like this is very important. Even for the sake of your own body, this is more important than your own body. Why? Because if I die, but if I'm swimming in the bad negativities, I think I will waste many lives in future, many lives. You see, and if I try to save this good friend and try to do according to his influences, and I will be able to bring many happiness in many lifetimes. So therefore, for the sake of, even for the sake of one's own life, and that has to be more treasured. Okay? Yeah. Does it make sense? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Themselves captive in the prison of samsara. Samsara, and whom can the world goods protect? Therefore, to seek refuge in the three jewels who do not betray you. Okay. That this is a bit sensitive. Yeah. So I just say in a very abstract way. And these types of things are not so common, yeah. And maybe in the East there's a little bit more common, you see. They believe in different types of things. And so you just put your whole faith or trust in Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. Okay, so that is unmistaken. And if you just follow any types of funny things, okay, funny things, who can show a little bit of miracle, and in Chandkiti's text, in the Paramanavati Karika, and there were some ascetics, old ascetics, and they said that to him, why you follow your Buddha? What is yours? You follow my teacher. He can see something from very behind this hill or behind this big building. He can see. What a great teacher. Why don't you follow his teaching? At that time it's possible, you see. At that time, those are already, they are also very good practitioners. They can see, they can pray some miracles like this. And then Dharmakirti, not Dharmakirti, he says, if your teacher can see a very far object, if that is the quality of your teacher, And then you better to ask eagle to be your teacher. Eagle can see very far. There is the Gyalsay technology. And they ask, well, then what is your teacher's qualities? Landa Dorjee means a little bit emotional, you see. And then he answers, Landa Dorjee means my Buddha is who teaches us the law of karma, which brings suffering and source of suffering. He teaches us don't do this, and he teaches us the sources of happiness, and the happiness which are good karma. He guides us to do this, accumulate this, unmistakably. Therefore, this is the quality of my teacher. I don't check whether he can see behind the mountain or not. That is not my business, he says. Landa Dorjee very touching teaching, very. Yeah. So we also have to be very stable, you see. We are a little bit trained to see funny things. We are also trained to see some fashionable things. I don't want to say any bad thing. We are trained to see some fashionable things. We are trained to see some funny things, exciting things. Okay, so these are not our teachers. Our teachers are teaching us to do nice things, something meaningful things, which is useful for yourself as well for others. Develop your wisdom. Develop your wisdom to see which is good and which is bad. Develop your wisdom with your logics, your intelligence. Use your intelligence. Don't be stupid. Okay, and these are our teachers. And these are the teachings. And these are the Buddha. Okay? So I think you understood enough. Yeah. So here he says, they themselves are in samsara, and then if we say, please protect us not falling into samsara, not possible. Then themselves are in samsara, you see. Of course, almost saying, need helping helper. Almost saying needs helper for the helper. Isn't it? Yeah. But it is completely different. I'm not going to give any answer. Why? Because I don't have any answer. Yeah. Three jewels you know. Why there's three jewels? Why three? Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Why? Three? One is enough. Buddha is enough. Why three? And the faith. What is your meaning of faith? In Tibetan we say Thapa. Now in English we use faith. What is faith? Faith we use quite a lot, you see. Faith, I have faith in my friend. And then dog is faithful animal. Faith. But Thapa we can't say to dog. I had Thapa to dog. No. Never. But we have to use faith. This is the only term, the closest term we can use in English. Faith. What is faith?
Could it be trust?
It can be trust, yes. Trust, yes. Trust is also good, but it can be also used in many other purposes. But Thapa is very profound. I think Thapa is very important. Atisha, when Atisha came to Tibet, and he really didn't speak much Tibetan, but he knows Tepa. And whosoever he meet, and they're receiving teaching, blessing, he always said Tepa, Tepa. Like me, Tux. I use Tux in India, okay? Same, he was using Tepa, 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 Tepa. Yeah. When they say blessing, he said Tepa. And he said, please give us some teaching. They don't speak Sanskrit. He said Tepa. Oh, Tepa is very important. He very long explain to you. Tepa means also difficult, yeah. So these texts are quite difficult, yeah. Last one I will say a little bit. The question was why we have three jewels, okay? Why we have three jewels? Three jewels. I think you must know that to treat ordinary disease, to treat ordinary disease, we need a very good doctor. We need a very good doctor who can diagnose the disease and then also who can give a unmistaken medicine based on the disease. Okay? For that we really need a good doctor. And then by having good doctor is not enough. We need to give medicine. Medicine, okay? And then doctor will not be there. We need someone to take care of the sick people. Nurse. You see, nurse. Therefore, doctor is like Buddha. A Buddha is like doctor. And teaching Dharma is like medicine. And Sangha are like nurse. Helping the sick people when to take the medicine, how much dosage and like this, okay? And the other simple sort of help. So, therefore, it is very important to have three. Because we are sick. We all are sick with what? With destructive emotion. I'm sick with desire. I'm sick with greed. I'm sick with anger. I'm sick with ego. I'm sick with jealousy. I'm really terrible sick patient. Yeah, of course I'm not in the hospital, but I'm really sick. Sick. So I need a very good doctor to see my disease. The only Buddha will say, this is very bad, this is very bad, this is very bad. So then Buddha will say, you have to remove anger, the desire, all these things. And then he gives instruction, how to remove anger, Oh, those are teaching. And then I have to go to ordinary teacher, okay, like human teacher, having these types of body. We go and ask question and ask him to help, or how to help, guide us, okay. And those things, Sangha. Okay? I think three jewels is done. Okay? Now we go to the 8, okay? Faith, refuge. Okay? Refuge or refugee or whatever say. Means putting whole trust, faith in Buddha and Dhamma and Sangha. And that is the refuge, okay? Yeah. Putting whole trust. Okay. Whatever Buddha taught, I totally agree. And I totally agree 100% from the bottom of my heart. And then because this, I will practice Buddha Dhamma, okay? And then I will follow the instructions, guidance given by the Sanghas. If you have this strong 100% trust, and then you can say you have faith in Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Okay. When are we stop?
We have 25 minutes.
Okay, we stop at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Now 8. Sufferings of lower realms, so difficult to bear, is what the Buddha taught to be the fruit of negative actions. Therefore, even at the cost of your life, never to commit negative actions as the practice is the practice of Bodhisattva. Never commit any negative action. Very difficult. Very difficult, yeah. If you check thoroughly, very difficult. Roughly, easy. Busy, monkey choose. Very easy. But if you thoroughly check, it's really difficult, yeah. Therefore, Buddha's teaching is always say it is condensed in 2 issues, okay? Try not to harm anybody. Try not to harm anybody directly or indirectly. And then on top of this, okay, not help and not harming, on top of this, if possible, try to help others as much as possible. So within these 2, and the whole Buddha's teaching is condensed. So try not to harm means now it's coming. Okay, try not to create any negativities. Relate with the 10 non-virtuous actions. Okay, 10 non-virtuous actions. Don't commit any 10 non-virtuous actions. If you commit any 10 non-virtuous actions, you will suffer. You will suffer tremendously. And you have been suffering up to today. You will continuously suffer. Okay? The result of bad karmas are to be born in lower realms. Lower realms are 3. You know this? Huh? Yeah. The animal is 1, animal realm is 1, and then hell, and then hungry ghost. Okay? So these are 3 lower realms. Animal realm, hungry ghost realm, and hell realm. So these are the 3 lower realms, which are result of bad karmas. Okay? And then among these realms there are many. Some are very, very heavy, some are a little bit better. This all depends upon how much bad karma we earned, how heavy bad karma we earned. Based on this, then we suffer. Yeah. I think now this is okay. The higher realms, you know, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Now you know this is okay. Right? Very high because we know this is high. We are in the high realm, so. You are very high, so. The human, we are in a higher realm. So we are in a where? Higher realm. We are very high. Yeah. Human is in the category of higher realm, but among the higher realm, we are the lowest. Okay, don't be so proud. Now we go to the 9th. Happiness in the 3 realms, like dew on a blade of grass, is subjected to, this was very difficult, subject to spontaneous fading away. To strive to the supreme state of liberation, the never waver is the practice of Bodhisattva. Okay, so I don't know this much. I'm talking from the Tibetan words. So, now this is, I think, very related with us. This samsaric or worldly happiness, we are mostly enjoying the happiness related with sensorial things. Sensorial thing, okay? If we see beautiful thing, we enjoy. If we eat tasty thing, we enjoy. If we feel like smooth, pleasant things, we enjoy. If we hear very melodious song, we enjoy. Okay? So we are enjoying this. This is called sensorial because it's coming through the sensorial sense organs, okay? Sense consciousness, through sense organs. Yeah. And then these are our world. Okay. If something happens related with this, which looks like nice or pleasant or melodious or tasty or beautiful or ugly or like this, and in this way we are living. We are living. So we are longing. We are longing. I really like to listen a very, very sweet song. A sweet song. I really wanted to buy a flute which is really making very good sweet sound. We have so many musical instruments. Unbelievable. I've seen so many musical instruments. Of course, I'm not saying bad. Yeah. And then, of course, feelings, physical physics experiences with clothes and nose, with what? What is this? What is it? Perfumes? Yeah. Very good. No? I see the airport. So many, very expensive. Woo! Like small bottle can cost a lot of money. Yeah, a lot of money. And this small bottle can feed few hungry children. But but then feel very proud. It smells perfect, okay. What is coming out? Woo! And if you don't take shower for 1 or 2 days, very smelly. This is our production. What we throw in the toilet are our production. What is coming as a sweat or whatever, okay, bit salty, I think salty, but no, not very good, you see. Our production. And then coming here, our production. Nothing is so much valuable, you see, not so tasty. And sometimes makes tasty because of the confused mind, because of the desire. But otherwise, I think there's not much things coming out of our body. But we spend a lot of money, we eat very healthy food, very clean, very healthy, and very precious. Spray, very good fragrance. Use very expensive brand clothes. And then we take shower. And then we think that we are very clean. We sleep. Actually, it's all in the plastic bag, filled with garbage. Quite similar. It's closed, yes. It's closed, yes. How much we are correct. Okay? Yeah. Even behind the higher realm, okay, still this is there. because of these things, okay, we are attached, or if these sensorial issues goes against our perception or our experience, then we get very angry. We get very angry. And then to entertain these sensorial things, we are making so many things. We are making so many things and never get satisfied. Never get satisfied, okay? Never get satisfied. So much, so much, so much. And because of this, I can say it's coming out of what? Greed. Greed, okay? Greed. On this planet, once we happen to visit a very, very old, rich lady. And then we were both very naughty. So we went to her clothes where they put all the clothes and shoes and everything, okay. It's like sitting, and then we go behind us a clothes, okay. Very long. And he was very naughty. Geshe, come. Geshe, come. And we went. He opened. Okay. And then shoes like jabber, okay, one layer and another level. Many, okay. I don't know, I didn't count, unluckily. I would have counted, you see. So many top and thick jacket, thin jacket, t-shirt, many. Like, oh, a lot, okay. Almost I can say from here to here, more longer than from here to door, longer. Many. And we went to her, said that, is it possible to give some of your used clothes? No way. Of course, we have to keep quiet. We know that that will be the answer, but we just naughty boy, two naughty boys. Please keep. No way. These are my treasure. No way. Okay. Herself is, I think, about 90 or almost like going by lift, okay, but otherwise to go to the restroom very difficult. Then we form such a rigid idea or rigid way of living and rigid way of thinking and reacting and then consumption, you see, and so rigid, so unshakable. One day that all will go. So we better not to be like this, you see, just more relaxed, okay, just more relaxed, okay, just try to have some sort of heart to share. You will never starve. One of my friends always said, oh, it's okay. If I exhaust all my money, I don't worry. I will never die on the street because I have a nice country. One of my friends says in this way, no, I will never die on the street because I have a very nice country. So, oh, be careful. Now be careful. You are giving a lot of money, so be careful. And I said, no, don't worry. I will never die on the street. I have a very nice country. Don't worry. So some people are thinking like this. Of course, there's a big difference, you see. Huge difference. Both of them have a completely different bank balance, completely different home, and completely different mentality. Really happy, really happy. Oh, I have a small cottage. In winter I can't stay. So I try to avoid. I go to some of my friends who like this, you see. Yeah, happiness, okay. Happiness is totally related with your mentality. So I'm a bit stupid explaining so much to you. So we go to the now we stop. I don't,
It's about 8 minutes.
8 minutes, okay. So and the ninth we are reading happiness in the three realms like dew on a blade of grass. It's impermanent. Say impermanent, okay? Happiness what we see or we enjoy are not reliable happiness. It's impermanent, okay? It can be there, it can be fall down. Like a dew on the blade of a grass, if something disturbs, it drops, okay? In the same way, our happiness can be like this. And it is true. It is true, you see. At a moment, we become very happy. With a small disturbance, we become so unhappy. Yeah. And it's subjected to instantaneous fading away. Yeah. Then to strive for the supreme state of liberation, that never waver is the practice. These terms are quite difficult. Yeah. We have to try to achieve liberation or freedom, which is totally reliable, which will never ever end. Okay? So that is what, of course, in some terms we use as a nirvana. Okay, nirvana, and nirvana just simply we say nirvana, and then once we achieve nirvana, and then our achievement of nirvana will never relapse or fall. Okay, it will never fall. It is unfallable achievement. Yeah. But then I don't know whether you really understand the nirvana. Huh? In Sweden, there's a chocolate which is called nirvana chocolate. Okay? Nirvana chocolate. And if we eat that chocolate, we achieve nirvana. Yeah. So if you like to buy, I will bring. I will make lot of profit. Then I will guarantee that you will achieve nirvana. So now, renunciation. Renunciation is a mind which is fully determined to achieve nirvana. Means renunciation is a mind fully determined to remove the suffering and sources of the suffering. Determined, okay. Full determination which is determined to remove suffering and sources of the suffering. That is called renunciation, okay, for the sake of one's own self. For the sake of one's own self. It's a big thing, okay. And therefore, even for the sake of your life, you will never do anything harming others or killing others or stealing others or committing all these non-virtuous actions. Why? Because this brings a very, very serious and long-term suffering. So the renunciation will guide us not to commit any sort of bad things. And it is also the main factor if we really wanted to be a Buddhist. And it is also the foundation where we start the real practice of Buddhism. Of course, this is quite hard, yeah. first thing is, I think you will understand, okay, nirvana, what is nirvana? What is nirvana? Is it really possible or not? Is it possible to achieve or not? You have to get an idea, see? Otherwise, if it is not possible, if it is not existing, and then if it is not so good as explained in the text, then why should we try? So therefore, nirvana is very important, but we have to know what is nirvana. If you really want to be a good Buddhist, you really have to know what is nirvana. In Tibetan we say dharma. What is nirvana? And then we define nirvana, and is it really possible? And how it is possible? Everything has to be known, thoroughly studied, and thoroughly, if possible, thoroughly experienced. Yeah. So this is a question. So I think please remind me that I will give the answer after lunch. If the lunch is very good, I will give a good answer. If the lunch is not very good, I will give you. Therefore, I say I'm not a good teacher, okay? Yeah. Isn't it? Yeah.
Depending on the flows of samsara.
What?
I
Depending?
was thinking of this sentence, depending on the flows of samsara. It's not never.
Flow of samsara is samsara.
We come back
But you will say please.
usually we used to take 1.5 hours.
I see.
Maybe we can have shorter tomorrow if we have lunch here, but.
Today is 1.5 hour.
Yeah.
1.5 hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so we
It
will
can
be
be-
back here 2:30. Yeah.
It can be people crowded outside.
Yeah, yeah.
as
Okay.
it's Saturday.
2:30 we will be coming back, and then we'll go up to 5.
Yes.
Okay. So after the 8 and 9, it is more related with the renunciation, and then from 10th, and then it is entering into Mahayana tradition, especially the Mahayana tradition, and it is how we have to build compassion and all these things. We talked a little bit about renunciation. The renunciation doesn't mean that you have to throw everything and go away from your belongings or properties or relatives or like this, okay? It doesn't mean this way. There are quite a lot of mistakes, you see, and also some people taking chance, you see. So renunciation, if you practice renunciation, you don't have to throw everything and go to the cave and practice. This is not a proper renunciation. Renunciation means have a determination to achieve nirvana. Determination to achieve nirvana. For that, try to be not attached to anything. Even your lodge, even you have like 100 golden ring with the diamond and everything, but still you just see those as like a illusion, or it is not the most valuable thing in the life. The practice of achieving nirvana is the most important thing, and then all these worldly things like diamond or like this, these are not the highest sort of thing to be achieved or to bought or to kept. So the mind has to be set in such a way that no attachment to any big things. So the name, the worst thing is the name. The worst thing is the name. Yeah. And this, in Lamrim also it mentioned that to attach in the name or fame is the most difficult thing. To have less like food or poor food or clothes is a little easier, but the name or the fame is the most difficult thing. Even someone, it is in the example mentioned, even someone who's just away from the busiest towns and world life, and they stay in a cave, still there can be some sort of like attachment towards name. What? Oh, I stayed there today, tomorrow, 10 days, 1 month. I think now people might think that I'm a great meditator. Again, mind is away from renunciation. So the name and fame and all this. And then one of the great teachers called Kundang Rinpoche, he wrote a very nice teaching. What is happening?
No, it was about the recording.
Uh-huh.
We have a double.
I see.
Yeah, so it's enough.
Enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
He put name and fame as like a dry tree. Dry tree? You see? Dry tree. Ming kosa kambe hindo la chido section. Chasa ni chapa azana kebar tunne chobala. Means Ming kosa. Ming is name. Kosa is like power or designation, okay, which holds some fame, so like this. Ming kosa. Kambe hindo is dry. Hindo is tree. Chido section means by climbing up more and more. Yeah, we are also like running after the name. Okay, higher and higher and higher and higher, till like say, I don't know, president or prime minister. Okay, and then the person will never remain there forever as a prime minister. Maybe this president, what was it? Zimbabwe president? Mugabe, he remained quite a long, you see. Not quite, very long. But still now he falls down, isn't it? Now he is no more president. I think he might have suffered a lot, you see. And same, those who are climbing up the top, ultimately has to come down, you see. And then thus coming down is not at all easy for them. Because they have been longing. And then for sake of this position of power or name, they spend a lot of money and they use a lot of their energy and everything for many years. Okay. Ultimately they reach there, and the maximum they can stay is 5 years, maybe 10 years, and then come back. And then we don't hear anything. You see? Therefore, if you climb on a dry tree, the teacher says, Bodhisattva says that better to remain in the middle. If you climb and climb and climb on the dry tree, and at a time that dry tree will break, and then you fall down, splash. Okay, break your leg, break your hand. Therefore, he says, stay in the middle. Stay in the middle. Mean kosa kambe chimdo na chido section. Trasam champa break. Trasam champa azama kebar dumna chobala. Yeah. So if we maintain the equilibrium or middle way, balanced way, then okay. But these names are so difficult to detach. It's very difficult. Even just calling your name, okay, someone, I don't know whether he has John or not. If I say, John, the person who is John, you become very like nervous or strange feeling. Why? Because it has a name of John, and therefore become very nervous. Oh, what happened to me? Oh, what happened to me? So these types of feeling is always there. Therefore, renunciation means try not to be attached to so much to your name. Try not to be attached so much to your fame or praise or rewards or all this. And these are the things which makes your great deeds or good deeds, like good karmas, make very weak, very weak. Even you earn good karma, if you earn this out of these eight worldly conceptions, okay, with the names of fames or like this, and it will become very weak. Weak. Why it become weak? Because if I give some money to a poor person, I'm not giving just wholeheartedly with a pure heart to the poor people. I'm giving it to earn name for myself. Therefore, my aim is not to benefit the poor people, but to benefit in my name. Therefore, this action of giving becomes very weak. If I just totally focus, okay, I really want to give this to this person wholeheartedly, I don't need any thank you, any reward, any praise, just I want to give, just to relieve him from suffering wholeheartedly, then the whole potential, the force goes on there. And then the merit earned is much stronger. Okay, do you get? So therefore, renunciation is not to be attached. Not to be attached. Don't attach to your body, don't attach to your property or relatives or names or your achievement. Some people are so, so much, if they have like some achievement, they always talk first this one. Without talking any other thing, they talk about this achievement. And so therefore, the renunciation is try not to be attached to your property, to your relatives, and to your own body or possession or name or the fame. See, detach it, okay? And that will not harm anything to you. It will not harm anything. Some people think that, oh, renunciation means I have to renounce everything. Throw everything and go to the cave, stay there. This is not the meaning. This is not the meaning. Renunciation has to be from the heart, okay? Oh, there are many, I think 7 different types of techniques to renounce. So we read, and then if we have time, then I will say all those 7. They are very tough, very, very tough, you see. And these are practiced by a great Kadamba teachers. Now we are entering into the teachings of Mahayana tradition, and then here he says that 10th one, okay, 10th. From the beginningless time, your mother had cherished you. If they suffer now, what good is your own happiness? What good is your own happiness? Therefore, in order to liberate an infinite number of sentient beings, cultivating bodhicitta is the practice of Bodhisattva. So now beginningless time, that is, you have to understand that we have been born beginninglessly, see. If you ask, when did you begin your rebirth, previous rebirth? It has no beginning, okay? It is quite hard to understand, hard to accept. Or we are always thinking that, oh, there must be some beginning, you see. There must be some beginning. We see some houses built, or last year it was built, or some schools are started. Okay, last year, it was 10 years ago this school was started. We have this sort of mentality. Therefore, we are always like easy to accept which has a beginning. But then to have beginningless, it is almost like impossible to accept in reality. But if you follow the logic, and then it has to be like this, you see. It just, now these days, even the scientists, okay, they just trace back in any of these small particles or things. If you go on tracing it, where it is coming from, where it was before, where it was before, where it was before, if you just go on counting, I think they will not find any beginning, you see. Yeah. Just only we put a time factor. Okay. It was made on this day, and then from there it exists. That is also possible. But then where it is made, all these particles, where it's coming and coming, if it just go on tracing, there will be no beginning. And then especially now here is talking more about the mind. Okay, mind will have no beginning. What do you think? My explanation is not so profound. So what do you think? Do you think the mind has a beginning? Huh? Why beginningless?
It's hopeless to come to a solution.
Hmm?
Me, I never come to a solution. I cannot say where did it begin, but you can maybe.
Mm-hmm. I say I believe in beginningless. Yeah, I believe in beginningless because that is more logic. It has no mistake. If you started believing in beginning, and then where it is coming from, then we don't have any answer. You see, any answer. And then it does no answer means that it is not existing. Not existing. So now especially we are talking about mind. Now mind. Can it be made? Like, can it be mind, okay? Consciousness. Can it be made by some material things? Material things. Like sometimes we always also think that, oh, if I eat a bit healthy food, yes, and then my mind becomes healthy, means on the mind, something comes on the mind which makes mind healthy. That means what is coming on the mind has to be part of the mind. And that has to be mind, which is also not possible. Not possible, okay? If it is possible, I think I might have told this story. Once it was like 90s. They were talking a lot about genetic engineering. And then one of my American friend, lady friend, who's a scientist, she said that, oh, one day we will be able to make a big human being. And I said, why we need a big human being? I think we have enough problem. If you make a big human being, it will multiply problem, okay? And then that big human being might take 2 or 3 ordinary human beings like this and squeeze like this, you see. It's possible. So, and then I said, instead of building a big human being, just if you can make a really compassionate human being, that will be very useful. And then, what is compassion? And then I defined compassion. I don't think this can be made out of our knowledge, because we don't have any idea about this. Therefore, they need idea, okay? At least they need a concrete idea that this is made out of this and these factors. They don't have any idea. And we also say that it can be cultivated through the meditation. We never say that if you eat a very healthy food, you will become very compassionate. Or if you eat all the white food, you will become compassionate. We don't have any such sort of formula. So therefore, mind, if we really know the nature of the mind, the characteristic of the mind, and how it grows, and how it slips into imprint and everything, by closely if we study, and then mind has to be cultivated, or mind has to grow through the mind, by the mind, in the mind. It cannot grow from any other factor, you see. So therefore, we say life is beginningless. Is it okay? We study establishing life after, establishing life before. Very interesting debate. And the debate techniques are very specific, you see. And so simple, looks very simple. To establish life before, we say, life after, just roughly translating, okay? And it's really complicated. Roughly translating, to establish life before, we say, means that the newly born, the mind of the newly born baby, okay, baby, newly born baby, and the mind of the newly born baby, and that mind has a previous mind, has to have a previous mind, because just check our current mind. Today's mind is coming from yesterday's mind. Yesterday's mind is coming from day before yesterday's mind. And then this year's mind coming from last year's mind. And it goes on and on and on, you see. In the same way, this newly born mind of newly born baby's mind is coming from another human being or another sentient being. Because if it is coming from either part of the father's mind or part of the mother's mind, and then whatever mother knows, the baby should know. Whatever father learned in school, the baby should know. If not 100%, at least he should know. And that is really, we prove that the baby has to learn all the way from the beginning. See? So that shows that it is not coming from the part of the parent's mind. Therefore, it goes on like this. The example is current mind, both the current mind. So in the morning, we have mind. This mind continuously coming. Now it's afternoon mind, and then evening mind, and then the day after tomorrow's mind. And these minds are coming continuously. How we know? But we know that whatever we learned yesterday, we remember quite a lot today. Whatever we learned when we were in school, we know these are quite, not 100%, but most of these are being known. Therefore, it is possible that we educate and they become well-educated person, you see. If the mind doesn't keep any information, then no one will be well-educated people. So I hope this is enough. I will not check whether you understood or not. It's also, to me, it's also quite tiring. Yeah. And beginningless mind. If we have a beginningless life, then we always have a parents, you see, father, mother, especially mother. And then if it's like beginningless, we might have born like millions of lifetime. Therefore, all sentient being has been my mother. All sentient being has been my mother, and did the same kindness and same action or same caring attitude which this life mother shown has been shown by all the other sentient beings because my beginningless life. So that is what he is talking, okay? And here, through the beginningless time, your mothers have cherished you, okay? Helped you, educated you, dressed you, and fed you, and protect you. Like, try, okay? Even the poorest mother can care the baby in the maximum capacity that she has. Oh, there are some cases these days, some cases that mother run away with another husband, leaving 1 or 2 small babies. That I know, yeah. Which is quite hard to understand, you see. As a mother, biological mother, run away after one husband, new husband, leaving the baby and husband at home. Run away. It's quite difficult to understand, you see. Even difficult to believe that I have seen, you see. In few cases, I have seen this. But this is really exception. This is really exception. But remaining, other mothers are very, very careful to the care, loving to the children, you see, the maximum. Therefore, he says that cherish you. If they are suffering now, and what is the use? What is the good? If your own happiness, by enjoying your own happiness. Instead, what? Instead, you better to sacrifice your life for the sake of all sentient beings. Indirectly, it's saying like this, okay? Is it okay? You might have had a very heavy lunch. My lunch was also quite heavy. Maybe some questions, I think. Otherwise, I think you might fall into question. Some question, yes.
Yeah, it was about what you talked before about the dry tree.
Yeah.
You said you should be content with the middle.
Yeah.
Now, why should you at all climb that tree? Why should you climb the tree at all? I mean, open name and fame, the tree of name and fame. Why should you go even up to the middle? You shouldn't climb it at all, or what?
Yeah, if you are able to stay just on the bottom, it's very fine. Very, very fine. He's not saying you have to climb up to half and don't climb beyond. He's not saying. That is the maximum you can climb. If you stay lower, it's very good. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it is not the maximum you can climb. Okay? It is not, it is the maximum you can climb. Don't climb more than this. If you stay lower, much better. Yeah. Any question? No question?
I don't dare to ask.
Dare to ask.
Can I just ask you, when you say all senses being your mother, I thought in one way it seems like you are staying in the same realm, but shouldn't we be able also to have been animals between and such things?
Yes, animals.
So that is also mother.
Yes. If animal mothers are also mothers actually. Yeah. You can't say that animal mothers are my mother, but animal mothers are again mothers should be. Yeah. They are not this life's mother, but actually they are mother. Yeah. Then go to the next. Yes. One more question.
Okay, maybe a difficult question.
Difficult.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, because to ask me if Buddhism also believes that humans can be reborn as animals, as in Hinduism, like that. And I told her that I don't know about Hinduism, but what is your answer to that? Is it possible for a human being to be reborn as an animal?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes. I think we told you in the morning, if we earn bad karma as a human being, in the human life, if we earn bad karma, then we will be born in the lower realms. If we earn very, very bad karma, we will be born in the hell. And then if we become very, very miser, even you have lot, still you don't want to give even the small things to others. Very miser, and because of this, and they will grieve others' property also, instead of giving, taking others' property, because of your clinging or miserly feeling, and that person can be born as the hungry ghost. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah.
And looking at the function of mother, if you have a parent, would you say that they are practicing Dharma because they are taking care of their children?
No. No. All the taking care of children, it not necessarily to be Dharma practice. Because even the cows are taking care of their baby. If you say cows practicing Dharma, it's not okay. Yeah? And even human beings who are really taking care of their baby are not necessarily doing Dharma practice. If it is possible, if they do in a correct way, thinking that, oh, now I have to bring up this baby in a very healthy way, because they have been my mother in my previous lives. And also I really like to make this baby a really good human being, so that this baby will be a good teacher, okay, good contributing member, will benefit so many other sentient beings. With this, I really wanted to bring the in a proper way. Like, if you aim in this way and act in this way, this can be like caring mother, plus also it is Dharma practice. But most of the mothers, I think, they do like this. I don't know. No. Simply they say, I love my baby. Simply they say, I love my baby. Why you love this baby? Because it is my baby. And then attached, isn't it? Yeah. Attached means then it is contaminated. Yeah, and then this is a little bit biased. And then if someone comes to hit the baby, get very angry. Very, very angry. Okay? And then if someone comes and praise the baby and hug and give a lot of love, and mother becomes so attached to the baby, and including the person who is hugging. And these are attachment, you see. Attachment, yeah? Yeah. I think if you don't have any compassion, you know, meaning of compassion, you know. And then here it is also Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, you know. Huh? Do you know the meaning of Bodhisattva? Huh?
Wish to become enlightened, to be able to free for other sentient beings.
Is it wish?
No, yeah, as long as you are not enlightened, it has to be a wish. The motivation.
Yes. So now what others say, you have to be very definite. Yeah. And you have to be definite, and the meaning or definition, you can say this in front of anybody without any problem.
So aim or goal?
Eh?
More aim? Some wish? Definite goal?
Goal is the Buddhahood. But what is Bodhicitta?
Aim to
Aim to?
reach enlightenment
In order to?
free all sentient beings.
This is action. So what is Bodhicitta?
I'm
Now it has to be assembled in such a way that no wisdom. The Bodhicitta is not wisdom.
But ultimate Bodhisattva and relative Bodhisattva.
Yeah, this is conventional Bodhicitta.
Yeah.
I'm asking what is Bodhicitta? Yeah, if I ask what is Bodhicitta, if you say conventional Bodhicitta, it is not answer. Yeah. So what is Bodhicitta? See? In Tibet we say Changju Sen. Now they have started. No. Compassion, loving are the factors which produce Bodhicitta. So now Bodhicitta, now they are using awakening mind. Bodhicitta is used as awakening mind. But to me, of course I'm very stupid, you see. Maybe I'm not getting the full understanding of what these great translators are translating. So awakening mind, awaken is Buddha. Awaken is Buddha, okay? Awakening mind means the mind which makes a person to be awakened. See? And so the Changju Sem has two very important components. Okay? Changchup and Sem. Changchup actually means, Changchup means Buddha, awakened. Yeah? Sem is mind. Okay? The mind is not a sub-mind, it is a main mind, okay? It's a mind which is aiming to achieve Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. It is not a wish, okay? If it is wish, it becomes sub-mind. It is a main mind. Okay? Bodhicitta is a main mind aiming to achieve Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
What's the difference between wish and aim?
No, I didn't say in the end. No. I'm aiming to. Aiming to achieve.
But what is the difference between that and a
Which
wish?
one?
And have a wish? What is the difference between aiming and a wish?
No,
Wish.
first you listen. Bodhicitta is a mind, okay?
Yeah.
Mind which is aiming.
Yeah.
I didn't say it's wishing. I didn't say.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm quoting from the Meteor Buddha's text. That is the main root where we studied. And its explanation by one great Indian teacher explained this. Okay. That is and then after that it says the two different types of bodhicitta. So main mind, every mind has an aim to achieve. So the main mind which is aiming to achieve Buddhahood, to benefit all sentient beings. See? At present, if I try to do some benefit for other sentient beings, but I make mistake. I'm limitation. Knowledge limitation, experience limitation, wisdom limitation. There's so much limitation in me. So if you achieve Buddhahood, then there will be no limitation. So the mind, main mind, which is aiming to achieve Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. And that is the definition of Bodhicitta or awakening mind. Changju Sem. Okay?
What is aiming?
Aiming is action.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's action. It is not mind. It is not noun. Aiming is a verb. Yeah. Verb. Yeah.
Then I see the difference between wish and aim. Aim is like not only thinking about it. It's action, like you say.
Aiming is action.
Yeah.
Verb. This is verb. Bodhicitta has to be noun. You see? Noun, yeah. It has to be mind. Yeah. Bodhicitta is a mind trying to achieve Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. That mind is called bodhicitta. Okay? And now they are using awakening mind, which is Changjuk is awakening. Semba is mind, so awakening mind. They translate it. Before it was very long translation. Altruistic intention to, altruistic mind aiming to achieve benefit of all sentient beings, something like that. Now it's changing. Now awakening mind is almost like most of the translators are using. Awakening mind. Changjuk said, Changchuk is two portions, okay? Chang is to remove all the bad things, and Chuk is acquire or achieve all the good quality needed. That is Buddhahood. Yeah. Buddha removed all the bad quality, including the subtle imprints, and they achieved all the good quality needed for the benefit of all other sentient beings. And that is called awakening. Sangye, in Tibetan is Sangye. Yeah. I hope understood, okay? How I differentiate. It's very subtle. In a small sort of change, it will be completely different. Yeah. Bodhicitta is done. Mm-hmm. You understood, isn't it? Yeah. Huh? Okay, then I don't know. Then what can I do? Where's the problem? Where's the problem? If you put the problem on the table, then we all can try to solve this problem. Yeah? When you listen teaching, you have to listen in such a way that there should not be any precondition. Precondition means it must be like this, I heard this. Not like this. Just listen spontaneously what teacher is really explaining. Don't bring all the preconditioned understanding or whatever, okay. Just see how he's explaining, where he's leading us. Therefore, one of the most important quality of the disciple or the listener is sunne. Sunne is really neutral mind, neutral, very neutral. Okay? Even I talk about something very bad thing, the listener should be really balanced. Listen, and then they can see the mistake as it is. If it is added something more, then like the news medias, making so much, really they are making so much mistakes, you see, by making so big and using so many adjectives, you see. And then we feel so sad, you see. If they put the things exactly how it is really existing, and then they think that the news is not interesting. They will not, many will not read, but it is not the purpose. News is to inform them exactly what is happening there. It is not a story to create others interested, you see. This is a very sad thing. And then news reporters are so interested in the negative news. They are not so interested in the positive news. In my life, I saw only one news magazine which is called Positive News, which is collapsed. Now they say they don't publish this because it doesn't get a customer. If it is like, if there's 10 killed, then we say killing was so dramatic, so big and huge. People started listening, you see. And this is very nice and so compassionate. Oh, I see, then it must be okay. Just recently, he His Holiness had a very big interview because many journalists, reporters, and like this, a big interview, and he was saying really like this: you have responsibility to spread the news, but then also you have the responsibility to educate the public in a proper way. You have responsibility to have possibility to educate the public in a proper way. Yeah. So we should not listen the teachings with the preconditioned mind. Preconditioned mind, then you will not understand, or you might go to some little bit other direction, but still you say, I think I understood. And teachers trying, but then you might say, oh, I understood. It's because of the precondition. So you have to be very clear, okay? Now I will read that 11.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Before Bodhisattva, we can practice altruism and compassion, and next reach this action part of Bodhisattva. These steps of practice. But then I think...
No, steps of practice, what, to cultivate Bodhisattva? Huh? Yeah. Steps of Bodhisattva is only, like, say, as I know, there's only two methods, isn't it? Two methods. One method is 7 cause and effect method, which is 7 is the factor or cause, and the result will be the Bodhisattva. So that is, try to understand that all sentient beings become my mother. And then if they become my mother, they have done many kind things. To remember their kindness. If they have done so much kindness to me, how I can repay back? Third step. The repay back, the best repay back is to remove their suffering and to make them happy. And the compassionate and loving kindness. And after that, you say, unusual attitude, I really want to take the responsibility to make everybody happy. And by having this unusual attitude, if you go on practicing, and then your mind transforms into Bodhisattva.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that is one method. Okay, one method. And the second method is Thogmay meditation. You see, the giving and taking meditation. Through this practice, and your mind will be changed into Bodhisattva.
From attitude to action. From the attitude of you mentioned now. First you have the attitude, and then
attitude is very common term, you see.
Yeah, but then it becomes action. You want to act on these thoughts and feelings.
No.
No?
Not like this. Attitude is a very common thing, you see. Everywhere we need attitude, okay? Positive attitude is needed to do something good, and negative attitude is needed to do something bad. That is obvious, okay? So now our main aim is to cultivate Bodhisattva. So therefore we need positive attitude. But that attitude can be applied to any other factor. So not specifically Bodhisattva. So for the specifically Bodhisattva, what attitude do we have to have? The attitude is to achieve enlightenment. Okay? I really need to achieve enlightenment for other sentient beings. For that, what I have to do? Okay? Then it goes back. So the main thing is that every sentient beings are suffering, and then I think I really need to help them to remove their suffering. And everyone is really going to enjoy the happiness. So I really wanted to make them happy. These two practices are called cultivating compassion and loving kindness. By this combined together practice, slowly you feel that I really like to take the responsibility to remove their suffering and to make them happy. I really wanted to, okay, for the sake of, even for the sake of any of my part of life or life, I really wanted to take the responsibility. That is called unusual attitude. By having unusual attitude, and then slowly your mind will change into Bodhisattva. Yeah. So these are involved, all are involved in attitude, okay? The attitude. But every step has different steps. Yeah, different steps, yeah. Thank you for asking. Really specific, if you point, okay, it doesn't matter. There are so many things I really don't know. And there are so many things you don't know. We have to talk, as I told you. Why should we be so like as if we know all the things? We don't have to do this. This is not the place to be like this. This is the place we can just expose ourselves, just openly. What I know, what I don't know, just express. If I know, I will check whether it's right or wrong. I can add something, I'm really happy. We should not be like a, what you say, politician or like artificial. No, just be a natural human being. Say anything what comes in your mind. That's very helpful. Yeah, very helpful. Thank you. Yes?
One question about trying to help others to be happy. Is that always possible?
But
is that always possible? I'm thinking, if I can help, that's wonderful. But also each person has their own intention or responsibility. So that sometimes perhaps it's not possible for someone else to make me happy. Or the other way around. We can work together, but perhaps it's not always possible for me to make someone else happy. Or the other way around.
In what way, other way around?
Oh, I mean, perhaps it's not always possible for me to make someone else happy.
Yeah. Instead, others will make me happy.
Or, no, I'm just saying in general. I'm just my question is it possible for one person to make another person happy all the time?
Yes, possible, yes.
But my experience says that it's not always possible.
No. Now you are adding one more word. Is it possible? Yes. Is it always possible? No. Because it has to go really exactly.
Yeah.
You see?
Because sometimes I feel...
Yes, sometimes we fail, you see. Yes. Totally, I agree.
But I feel like this is perhaps not very nice to say, but sometimes I feel that there can be also attachment to having a problem, or...
No, that I understand.
No.
There can be a problem?
I feel that perhaps as human beings, perhaps sometimes we are attached to having a problem. How can I explain
to
this?
have problem how?
I don't think I understand what you mean. I want to keep on thinking of this problem, and mind is like going on, and all. I don't want to really get rid of it, otherwise mind has nothing to do.
What?
Yes.
Är det offermentalitet?
Ja.
There is an expression called victim mentality.
That I don't agree.
No, but there is an expression.
Expression, yes.
Some people fall into this if they have maybe some sickness, and I think...
No, which one? Who's helping or to whom is helping? Which one?
To the one who have the problem.
No, who has helped? If I'm helping someone, okay, who will be a victim? Me or to whom I'm helping?
Some people think that they act and think like they were a victim. Everybody...
Who?
If I have a pain somewhere and I'm sick, and I feel sorry for myself, then we use the term you are a victim. You make yourself a victim.
Yeah, but that is okay.
Yeah.
That is okay. Now we are talking about helping others.
Yeah.
And helping others, how we can be a victim. In our
I think
intention.
I think there's a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I'm saying that that even if I would like to help everybody, make everybody happy, maybe it's not possible for me, even if I do my very best.
Yeah.
So
possible, okay.
Yeah.
If I try to make everybody happy, is it possible? I will say yes. Okay? When it is possible, it will take a lot of time. Yeah. Buddhahood is not everyone's cup of tea. You see, it takes a lot of time, you see. Yeah, we have to sacrifice a lot to achieve Buddhahood. So it is possible, yes. But when it is possible, we have to develop the potential, ability, wisdom, you see, and then only it will be possible, you see. It's possible. Tomorrow, then we say not possible. Day after tomorrow, not possible. If you say to me, Pema, is it possible for you to help every sentient being tomorrow? I will say, no, please, excuse me. I will say, see? Yeah. Realistically, I'm aiming. Yes, I'm aiming. When it will happen, yeah, I'm trying to achieve enlightenment. And then, as soon as I achieve enlightenment, that is possible. And there are more other critical questions that now we don't go beyond this. I think this is enough. Otherwise, one very difficult question next to this. Very difficult question. Almost like difficult to answer.
Yeah, I would ask again about this Bodhisattva, the definition. So, is it correct to say that the difference between Bodhisattva and loving compassion is that Bodhisattva is the mind aiming for enlightenment of other sentient beings. Loving compassion is more about seeing the suffering and wanting to do, to help, to care, and not so much about going for enlightenment.
You can say, this is quite good, you see, quite good. I'm not saying 100% fine, because it's a words, you see, it's words. How much you are thinking inside, and how much what you think is putting in your words. It can be different, you see. That's quite different. But you put it in a very nice way. But still we have to make it a little bit more refined, okay? And so that, for example, like compassion. Either you call it compassion or great compassion. The definition of compassion is, the meaning of compassion is, it is a wish.
That's a wish.
It is a wish. Okay. Compassion is a wish, wishing to remove the suffering and sources of suffering of every sentient being. And that is compassion. Wishing to remove the suffering and the sources of suffering of every sentient being without differentiating. That is compassion or great compassion. Okay? Now loving kindness or unconditional love. Now we mostly use unconditional love, which is more clear. In Tibetan term also there's some complication. When I was giving a talk to a big training of translators in Dharamsala, it was put in the YouTube a lot, many months. I was giving a talk because they asked me to share my experience of teaching in English and translating and everything. And I did give a talk. I was not prepared, but I don't like to prepare, so I just give it spontaneously. So we used, instead of loving kindness, we used unconditional love. And our love towards our children or our mother is a conditioned love. Why it is conditioned? Because this love has its own boundary. I love my mother. Like this love, if I do with others, nothing. It has its own area. Therefore conditioned. Love is conditioned, you see. So unconditional love means for every sentient being. So now the unconditional definition of unconditional love, which we practice in the same cause and effect, is, again, it is a wish, aiming to help other sentient beings, to make them happy, and then try to help them to accumulate all the sources of happiness. When it comes to love, always accompanied with the happiness. And if it comes to the suffering, then it's compassion. The compassion, see? Compassion, yeah. Yeah. Really have to be defined, okay. Don't delete any part of it. And I saw in some place that, Geshe said that the definition of compassion is, and I saw that very big part of my meaning is missing. But they are quoting that it's my statement. Then it is not complete, you see. So we have to take everything as it is.
So it's about
wishing
happiness.
Yeah,
love.
wishing unconditional love is wishing to make every sentient being happy and help them to collect all the sources of happiness.
Yeah.
Okay? Help. And in the beginning it will be a little less. Slowly develop love. All are love. But love also has a different level. Class 1 love, class 2 love, class 4 love. It's like this, you see. Yeah. Mm. Very good, very good. I almost feel like I'm really doing something good, you see. Otherwise it has to go never eat. Yeah.
And then compassion is removing suffering.
Yes.
Yeah.
Compassion is very strong wish to remove the suffering and the sources of the suffering. Okay? Removing suffering is not enough. You have to remove the source of the suffering. Okay? And then the suffering will be completely away. Yeah.
The great compassion, is it the...
Same. When you talk about all sentient beings, compassion or great compassion is same. Yeah.
And then comes...
After these two practice, which is one is 5, or not 4th, one is 5th. And after that, just by seeing this, practicing this, I really want to take the responsibility to remove the substance of all sentient beings, and I really want to make them all happy. I really want to take the responsibility. And that is called unusual attitude. In Tibetan we say haksam. By having this mind, if you go on practicing, then this mind will change into Bodhisattva. Yeah. Then enlightened mind. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any difference between kindness and loving kindness?
Kindness and loving kindness. If you take only from the Buddhist perspective, I can give a little answer, see. Now this is English language. So, because English language is very rich, okay, in the Western sort of culture and all this, but not so rich in Buddhism. No. Now it is rooting. Buddhism is rooting into the English, becoming more rich and rich and rich. And I was doing research on not the big research, just small research to make myself understand better. I went to Webster's dictionary, Oxford dictionary, and many other dictionaries. I compared the meaning of compassion. I just searched. The meaning of compassion from the Buddhist perspective is not existent there. Because they are defining the meaning of the compassion in language, English language, which is used in the Western culture. Now it is coming to use in place of Nyingje or Nyingje Chenpo. Nyingje Chenpo in Sanskrit is Karuna or Mahakaruna. That is exactly what is translated from Sanskrit to Tibetan. Mahakaruna is a Nyingje Chenpo, Karuna is a Nyingje. And that Karuna, the meaning of Karuna in Sanskrit and the meaning of Mahakaruna in Sanskrit is exactly equivalent to dependent words, and that is not equivalent to compassion, the great compassion. I really thoroughly studied, you see, because I have to give teaching, and my English is very poor. At least I have to use the term correctly. If I use the term wrong, then I'm really misleading. So therefore, in a conventional level, kind or kindness or loving or caring, it doesn't have much differences. I think so. According to English language, not much differences. And you put into Buddhism, then it has to be really exact meaning. It should not be like, it can prove like this and like this. It's not possible. It has to be very specific, especially when we are debating. When we debate, there should not be even a single word mistake. This has to be deleted, unnecessary. If you add something more, it has to be removed, you see. We don't need that. Then it becomes an obstacle to understand the reality. Yeah. So you have to really specific answer. Yes. No. Why? That goes like, yeah. Really, it is very, very skilled, very good skill to understand. Scientists, they are doing anything with physical things like connecting or putting and then melting, and they do a lot of experiment. The Buddhists, we can't do like this, you see. Only technique we have to use is debate, logics. Yeah. So now I think we go a little bit, isn't it? Mm. 11. Now, cultivating bodhicitta is already explained, okay? Cultivating bodhicitta through the practice of equalizing and exchanging method, and cultivating bodhicitta, either this or cultivating bodhicitta through the practice of 7 cause and effect. So these two are the main practice in Tibetan Buddhism. One is mainly practiced through Asanga, the teaching coming from Buddha to Maitreya and then Asika. That is more or less like a 7 cause and effect. Mostly we do this. And one which is coming from Buddha to Manjushri and then to Nagarjuna and all this, that is called equalizing and exchanging, which is so profoundly explained in Chandideva's text. Bodhisattvas may apply. And that is one method, you see. But we can combine together also. There's no contradiction, no contradiction. If someone is really achieved bodhicitta, he or she has to know both the technique, method. Yeah. Now I'm reading the 12th, okay? And I was thinking today we have to finish up 20. Even if someone driven by excessive desire steal all your wealth or property, okay, or incite someone else to steal it, someone to force to steal, okay, is forced to steal, to dedicate to this person your body, possession, and all your virtues of the 3 times, the virtues of past, present, and future. The person who is stealing all the property and inserting someone to steal, okay, instead of building negative attitude, getting angry, instead of this, dedicate all the virtuous things and good things to this person. I think what you feel about this teaching and this verse, quite impossible, isn't it?
Yes.
Huh? Practically quite impossible. Why we say impossible? We are seeing it from our current perspective. From our current perspective. If you go on practicing, after 1 year, our perspective will change. After 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, our perspective will change. Becoming more and more agree with this. And then finally, oh yes, what you said is absolutely 100% true. So we are still in the kindergarten. Therefore, we are saying from our kindergarten perspective, say, oh, this is impossible for me. And then people might say that if we do this, they will step on us. This is one of the most common questions. Yeah.
Okay, it's a kind of practice of renunciation. The attitude to
this is of course all the other practices are also explained in separately, but this is also the practice of patience, patience of tolerance. Of course, it is also connected to renunciation. Why? Because we are so attached to our name. Because of this, it can be connected, you see. It can be connected to many practices, yes, yeah. So now, even if someone driven by excessive desire steal all your wealth, or someone to force to steal your property, instead of giving blow or hatred against, dedicate to this person your body, possession, and all your virtues, action earned in 3 different times, you see.
I think it says we should dedicate to the person,
Yeah.
not the action.
Oh, but
The action is not so very good.
No. Dedication is not action, no, never.
No. So I mean, sometimes people, it's easy to mix it up. It's a bad person because the person is doing a bad thing.
And then?
Then it's easy to become angry.
Instead of dedicating.
Instead of separate, there is a person, and this I can still have some kind of
Yes,
because they are driven by this desire, so they have some problem.
Of course, problem, yes.
Yeah, then I can have some kind of good feeling. At the same time, I don't agree with the action. The action is different. So
No, don't agree with the person also.
No, the action the person is doing.
Yeah. Don't agree also person, you see, and also the action. Yeah. If we say, if someone is stealing someone's property, and then when I meet that person, thief, he's thief. So if I meet that person, oh, what you steal, I agree with you, but your action stealing, I don't agree. That is not possible. No. So therefore, disagree with both. Okay? But when it comes to like attitude, you have to have a very negative attitude towards the action, but not to that person.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it hot? Yeah. This translation is not very. My other.
I have it here.
Yeah. Just let me see. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. even if someone out of strong desire steal all your wealth or has it stolen, dedicate him your body, possession, and your virtues, past, present, and future. This is the practice of Bodhisattva. It's a little easier. Yeah.
Dedicating your body.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a bit about that? What does that mean, to keep my body?
Dedicate your body.
Dedicate my body. It's another thing to try to dedicate maybe virtuous thoughts but actually dedicating my body.
What do you mean by it?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah. Dedicating your body means give your body to the service of other sentient beings. Yeah. If there's something to do with the body for the sake of other sentient beings, you are ready. Okay? If you have to carry a big load, you are ready to carry. And you have to run. There are some people sick. Immediately need a relief. And then physically you have to run. That is also dedication, you see. Yeah. There are many things. Yeah.
Bodily action.
Yes, bodily action which is meant to benefit that person. Yeah. And then there are some other, of course this is very sensitive. I don't know whether I will be able to explain or not. There are many issues related with the body. You see, for example, I say, these days there are so many people whose kidney are damaged, and they need some spare part of the body. You see, and so if we dedicate our body and then say, okay, I really want to donate one part of my eye or kidney or whatever is useful for that person, can be also dedication, plus also can be like out of the sixth perfection, perfection generosity. Yeah, and whatever part of the body is needed to survive that person who has a big contribution or who has a potential to do many good things, to benefit that person, as well as by having that person survived, it has a lot of good impact to so many other persons. And then if someone gives part of the body, okay, so this is also part of the dedication. Yeah, many things. Yeah, many things. Sometimes we are so spoiled. I'm tired. No, I can't go. I can't do there. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. The thinking I'm so tired makes you more tired. I'm not tired. I'm so happy to do that. Really, makes you less tired. Attitude. Oh, this is so important. How can I say that I'm tired? No way. I don't want to say myself tired. Just, this is so important. I really wanted to do it. Even you are tired, okay? This will give you extra energy. So much of like taking care of our own body, saying, I'm tired. Take care of yourself, take care of myself, and take care of you. You are the very important, you take care of Sometimes it is making more tired, or it is making us more easily tired. Because, oh, they are saying that you are tired, or maybe I'm tired. So I accept I'm tired. someone asks and say, are you really tired? I don't know. I really don't know. Will you be able to do this? I think I will be able to do this. If it is very important, I will do it. Are you going to do it happen? Yes. If it is very important, I'm really happily going to do it. And that means you are not tired. Oh, I think so. All changing, you see, all changing. Because inner spirit, inner strength is so strong, you see. Of course, the body will never be able to challenge the inner strength, but still the body can be driven by the inner strength much more than spoiled body, spoiled mind. Yeah. And then, no. Now 12 is, yeah, I say I finished, okay. Now we go to the 13th. And do we have some break?
Can we use that?
Practice on the bed is okay. Practice in the field is almost impossible. See, now I read, okay? 13th I'm reading. Even if someone tries to cut off your head, when you haven't done the slightest thing wrong, out of compassion, take all his misdeeds upon yourself. And this is the practice of Bodhisattva. Is there any question? Explanation no need. Very easy. Yes.
I think it, like the verse number 12 and 13, it's really possible to really do this very high practice if you don't have any understanding in like wisdom, understanding in the emptiness, like who is it, who are you, who is the thief, and who am I to, that he took all the belongings or cut off my head. Is it really possible to
cultivate?
Yes, without having understanding in the emptiness.
Yeah, it is possible, yes.
It is?
Yes. Now we are talking only about the conventional bodhicitta. Yeah, and the only question arises is when we debate, and is there anyone who is cultivating conventional bodhicitta before cultivating ultimate bodhicitta? Is it really absolutely needed to cultivate ultimate bodhicitta? No, don't say bodhicitta. Wisdom. Okay, wisdom. Is it possible to cultivate bodhicitta without cultivating wisdom? Yes. And then, is it also possible by cultivating wisdom, after that, to cultivate bodhicitta? Yes. So both yes. And then what is the difference? The difference is like this. Those practitioners who are very, very intelligent, they might establish or develop wisdom first, and then they may develop conventional bodhicitta. And those who are not so intelligent can first develop bodhicitta, and then out of bodhicitta's power, and they try to develop wisdom, understand the emptiness. So both ways okay. Yeah. And then there are some other explanation also. For example, like say faith. Same we can apply to this also. Faith. The text is very funny words in Tibetan. When one of my students came from New York, he's a really, really very good in chemistry. chemistry. He's teaching chemistry in New Jersey government school. And he was very, very successful. And he came to India to conduct workshop on chemistry to the Tibetan teachers in exile community. And then I met him. We are very close. So, and he was very, very helpful for me, because I ran out of money very often. Very often I ran out of money. And my purse is, most of the people they say, even the city said, it's a train station. coming, going, you see. Therefore, I try not to handle the charity money. I try not to handle charity money until the donor gives me a freedom. Say that this you have to handle and you have to give. Then I handle. Otherwise, collect in the bank, transfer into the bank, and then the organization will use. But I only know how much money, where is used. That is all I know. So he was very, very kind. You see. Sometimes he just puts like big bundle of money on my table and say, use it. Be careful. Always make yourself empty pocket. Be careful. It's like my student, but he's talking like father, my father. So he came and he said, Kela, I have very important things to tell, because I really don't want to believe Buddhism blindly. Until unless I don't get the understanding, fully understand at all. But I feel this is so ashamed to tell in the Tibetan community. I don't believe. What is the reason? I don't believe. Oh, that was his fashion. And then we talked a lot. And then I told this issue. And I told this, and then also those people who are intelligent, and first they investigate and they understand emptiness, and then they get really the taste, and then they cultivate Bodhisattva. And then this faith, those people who are very easy to have faith, like say blind faith. So as soon as someone teaches them, they feel so devoted. Okay, I have strong faith in this. Very easy. But they don't have much logic. The person who wait logic say, I don't know whether I should believe or not, whether I should trust or not. Let me see. I really wanted to investigate. And after investigation, if they really so this is very good, and then they build faith. These two faiths are same faith, but one is very good, one is not that good. That is why I say the one who has blind faith will lose the faith very easily. One who has built the faith with the logics, profound analysis, will remain, even if there's a big question or asking a lot of questions, will remain very strong. And I explained to him like this. He was like, wow, this is so important for me. Of course, he has not so much knowledge about Buddhism. Yeah. So therefore, both are possible. First, those who are not so clever, they try to cultivate conventional Bodhisattva first, and then by conventional Bodhisattva, they will know that, okay, without knowing the wisdom, there's no way I can lead the other sentient being into Buddhahood. I need to have wisdom. Okay? So that is one way of cultivating. Another one is use all the intelligence and try to understand the emptiness. By understanding emptiness, then everything is so interrelated, interconnected. And through this, compassion is so important, so important, you see. Then they cultivate Bodhisattva after wisdom. So both are equal. Both are possible, and both are neither one is good or bad. So both are very good. Yeah. I think it's enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. I have few things to say, but I think it's enough. We have to run. So the 13, of course, when we are on this current stage of our mentality, or these types of things are even to agree is very difficult. You see, to agree is very difficult. And is this Buddhist practice? I don't like to practice. If someone there told my hat, then I will be no more alive. And how can I practice Buddhism? This is stupid. They might say, see, but when the mind develops, and then how it develops, and then, there is a big meaning in it, see, big meaning. There are so many questions in Buddhism, so many questions. And one of the questions which I often explain in the public is that to Buddha, okay, he asked, how come Buddha, you achieved perfection of generosity? Do you? Yes. Did you achieve perfection of generosity? Yes. How come? There are so many poverties around you. How you can say that you have achieved the perfection of generosity? Very difficult question. Very difficult question. See? Like this, again. And then there was there is a story which is related with Harishchandra. And King Harishchandra was practicing one of the Buddha's previous life, practicing generosity. And it was like a coincidence when we went to Upper Mustan, when Upper Mustan, which is like a Tibetan community, all Buddhist, very, very devoted to Buddhism. And then we went, we were 14 people, and then there was once old monastery, and just before there's a big prayer hall, very old, okay, very old. In the middle there's a hall which gives light. And there were about 60 old people who were saying Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum in a very, very beautiful melody. In between, there's old Lama, teacher, who's telling the story of Harishchandra. Telling he was reading and then explaining, telling story about 10 minutes, and he stops, and then they say Om Mani Padme Hum in a very, very beautiful way. Beautiful way. And then again they continue the story. So I was so touched. And then I collected some donations for them. They are very poor. They are very devoted, but very poor. So I collected some donations from my friends who are mostly from the West and some Israelis. I collected some donations. And it was about 21,000 Nepali rupees. So I put it 4,000 and 25,000 and gave to them. Say that we are very, very happy meeting you, and what you are doing is so meaningful. And then I said that you are all old, and I have an old mother like you. At that time, my mother was not passed away. So I have a mother like this, and I didn't tear. And then we went. And then after 2 days, my mind doesn't stay. I really want to go there. I really wanted to go there. So, and then I went. Again I went. And then this King Harishchandra, the wording, when I went there, the wording was, he achieved the perfection of generosity. I entered. And this old teacher said, oh, this is a very good sign. This is a very wonderful sign for you. So, and then he asked some question. And I said, yes, I'm doing a little bit like this. And he said, oh, this is very good. And then he, just please tell me about you. And then I told a little bit, and then I told old people, but then I told a little bit my mother. And he also said, yes, I have also one old mother. And he was crying, and I was crying, and all the old people were crying. And on that day, the story ends with the statement, a poem that Harishchandra achieved perfection generosity. How? He gave his two children, and he gave his wife, and then he said, okay, if there's anyone who wanted me to be a donation, I'm ready to do this. I dedicate my body for the sake of all sentient being. And then by this, okay, and then his practice of generosity achieved perfection generosity. And of course, you will see what benefit they will get by donating two children, one son and one daughter, taking away from parents, and donating his wife, taking away from the husband. And even he said that if there's anyone who really wanted to ask me as a donation, I'm ready to donate myself to that. People who are really in need, you see. So like these types of practices are very high and very difficult to understand. Why? And then also there was one question, you see, which I was encountered in a place where the questioners are very difficult people. Very difficult question. It was in Belgium. Say, how come your Buddha, which you call him as a Buddha, how terrible he is. He left his wife, he left his son, ran away from the palace. How can you say he is your teacher, Buddha? How shameful. That was the question, you see. That was the question. What can I answer? You see, yes, there is a big sort of issue there. There's a big issue. And of course I gave it. Do you have an answer?
Yeah, well, if I was the wife and the children, I might not appreciate being given away.
Yes, that is what I was telling. According to our current mentality, yeah, you are speaking from that perspective. So, and then I explained to them in a very nice language, because I don't want to show my anger. The questions were very bad. How come your teacher, Buddha, shameless, left his daughter, left his son, left his wife, ran away from the palace? How can you accept that as your teacher, Buddha? And I say, okay, I will explain to you. If that person, which we call it Buddha, Siddhartha, if he remained in the palace, but the succeeding the king, he would have left some histories, okay, history. Maybe he might have done good king. And then that's it, okay. He left his palace, left his wife, his son, and he did meditation practice. And after that, he achieved this brilliant teaching, what we are studying and listening. Thousands, millions of people benefited. So many great teachers achieved enlightenment. This would never happen, you see. Just see the balance. This is 2%. This is like thousands of people. For the benefit of thousands of people, to sacrifice that sort of things is nothing, nothing. Just weight is just little. Therefore, I said to them, I feel very proud of my Buddha. I feel so proud of my Buddha. And the Buddhism is challenging the scientists. I feel so proud of my Buddha. I have so much respect to him. And his compassion, his bodhicitta, his loving kindness, his tolerance, all explained is so profound in this world. Oh, I was, and then later his wife and his son become his disciple. Disciple, you see. Then we see small eye in small hole. See, oh, what I see in this hole is the ultimate thing, everything. You don't see it this way, you see. You have to be able to see in a bigger perspective. Yeah. Therefore, I think these practices are very profound. And of course, if we see from our current perspective, it's quite difficult, you see. Yeah. But try, okay? Try to understand and try to appreciate and try to go towards the okay, please try.
Is it known what Buddha's motivation, if it was Mahayana motivation from
Yes.
when he left the palace already
Yes,
at the start?
Yeah.
Then it's
Yes.
yeah.
Otherwise, otherwise there's no way he can achieve Buddhahood.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, he didn't say the words.
No,
You are
no,
right. You see, he
no.
didn't say the words.
Mm.
He didn't say the words. He only said, "Oh, so many of my subjects are becoming old, and then shrink, and then get sick, then die. Oh, this is such a terrible sort of problem. If I'm called as a really good king, I need to solve this problem. I need to solve this problem. Who are getting old, and then they become so shrinked. Lose eyesight and like this, die. Why? What is the solution? How can I help? How can I find a solution? Get sick. Even eat healthy food, they get sick. They die. They die, okay. They die. Big problem. So these are very serious problem. These are very serious problem. So I really wanted to find out what is the cause. I have to find the answer to this question. And then he found that then he said, that is the, like, of course this is word from the material Buddha, but taken from Buddha. So he said, he tried to find the disease, where it is coming from. How can we reduce this? How can we make the remedy to this? What is the solution? He tried to find everything. And then he said, okay, now I found the answer. As soon as he became enlightened, he said, now I found the answer. But who will understand if I teach this directly to these people around him? No one will understand. Means I have to stay in the forest without speaking this teaching. He remained about 49 days in that forest. Even he achieved enlightenment, remained. And he knows that he has to keep teaching in Saranath to 5 disciples, including Kushikovottanaya and like this. Yeah, now I told so many unnecessary things.
Can I ask you one more thing? Like the Buddha was a man, and
I think so.
yeah, and it said that all have the potential to become a Buddha.
Yes,
Buddha
yes.
is like enlightened state. It's not the person itself, as I understand.
Yeah, he's not saying that you all are Buddha. He's not saying.
No.
Everyone has a potential to become Buddha. You see, and that is, he was an ordinary man. He was ordinary man, and he practiced and practiced and practiced, and then he achieved enlightenment. So then he says, I practice in this way, and I will teach all the detail, and you practice. In the same way I practice, you will achieve the same state of enlightenment. Yeah.
But if the Buddha had been a woman,
Yeah.
how does it match with the method to practice the kindness of the mother and then the Buddha, if it was a woman, had left the child. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
It
Definitely.
mixed it up in my head.
No.
No? Can you
He will leave. Yeah, she will leave.
Yeah.
She will leave. Because we are seeing from our perspective, I told you, from our current perspective, which is living like this. Okay? Okay? And when in that state, their perspective is much bigger. So they will see which one is more. Yeah. So in this way, it will be same. Yeah, it will be same. How this green Tara become Buddha. You see? And then the reason why she become Buddha is almost same. Yeah. Now I can, now please let me read. Reading is very important for me. Whether I'm explaining or not, but I'm reading. Okay, reading. Cartoon is finished. Even if someone broadcast from BBC, all kinds of unpleasant remarks about you throughout the 3,000 world, more than BBC, 3,000 world, BBC reaches only this planet, isn't it? So 3,000 world. In return, with a loving kindness, loving mind, speak of his good quality, and this is the practice of Bodhisattva. Difficult, yeah. But it's possible, okay? Yeah. And to explain this is not needed. Some examples. I think this is good, isn't it? Clear. Oh, 3,000 words. 3,000 words. That is, I think we better not explain. 3,000 words. Only in Buddhism. Huh?
Here in my extends 1 billion words.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, billion words. Yes, it's possible. Yeah. Even if someone broadcast, the main teaching here is someone, and someone puts very unpleasant remarks on you, and tell to so many as possible people about this bad remark. Even someone does like this, and instead of getting angry and defaming that person, if possible, say thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, and then with return with loving mind, speaks of his good quality. Every person has a good quality. Okay, as Sangpo says, every sentient being has a potential to be Buddha, and he has a Buddha nature. Everybody has Buddha nature. So therefore, from that perspective, instead of criticizing and then praise that person out of loving and kind. And this, if you do this, and this is one of the Bodhisattva's practice, out of 37, this is the 14th practice, which you think. This is unbelievably high. Yeah.
Renunciation of the ego.
Yes. Yeah, renunciation of the ego. Renunciation of the ego and renunciation of the self-attachment. Yeah, it really fights against self-attachment. How much we feel the pain, you see. If we think on our level, wow, this is so impossible for us. I will take revenge, you see. Because this is, I speak from our perspective. And then if they are going to practice, just breaking the sense of taking responsibility. Even one single person can destroy all bodhicitta. some sort of small intention of harming other sentient being will break bodhicitta. Because bodhicitta is coming out of love and compassion. And then if it goes against love and compassion, the root, foundation of the bodhicitta is disturbed. And then whole bodhicitta will be destroyed. It is possible, you see. If you lose bodhicitta, and then your potential of doing so many good things for every sentient being will be defeated. I think this is enough, okay? Yeah. What we can do in our small way, to tolerate, what we, not in that big scale, which is quite far from us. So what we can, in place of this, just try to go towards this, towards this. What we can do? What we can do? First thing is that, what was it? Yeah, they were explaining about the others before self. Yeah, they were explaining. And it was telling a little bit about the school where I worked in Dharamsala, which was a big school, and at that time that school was one of the best, not one of the best, I think the best school in whole Tibetan community. Very, very profile, have a very big profile school. And then the motto of the school is others before self. Motto, of the school is others before self. So we do talk a lot about others before self, others before self, others before self. And we try to educate the youngsters, others before self, others before self. Okay? And even we teach, if you put a bucket of apple, full bucket of apple, and home mother asks you to pick up your apple, so which one you will pick up? The best one, biggest one, or the worst one, the smallest one? What you will pick up? We do some exercise with them. Do we have a courage to pick up the worst apple out of bucket? About 30, 40 apples there. So out of this, the worst one, do you have any courage to pick up the worst one? Or just not the worst one, but not the best one. Just pick up the middle one. What you will choose? What you will choose? Will you choose the best one? If you choose best one, then you are not practicing the motto of the school, others before self. Others should get the best one, and then after that, the self will get. And even we use this technique, you see, when you are going to the shopping, if you have a brand new note, currency note, 10 rupees, wow, very good one. And wow, very old currency note, torn out, lot of dirt on it. When you buy something, will you give the new one or the old one to the shopkeeper? Shopkeepers other than you, how you will use the currency note? Okay, our tendency is that we keep the new note into our purse and keep the old one. That shows that your selfish is very strong. And try to have courage to keep the new note first. You will not lose anything. The value is same. But it gives exercise to your mind. That at least you have a courage to give the best one to the others. And they give one for yourself. And then seed. And then bet. We do a lot of exercise, you see. In this way, we start like putting some seed, and it grows. And ultimately, we are aiming to achieve like this. Person who can sacrifice one's own happiness one's own benefit. Yes. Which is very good. Which is very good. Then there will be no fighting. No fighting. If everybody practice this, okay, it's not talking only Tibetan, talking about all human beings, all sentient beings. So it's a very, very beautiful philosophy, having a lot of logics, but it is from our eye, it is quite difficult. But just go on practicing, okay? Go on practicing. Honestly speaking, I'll say that I'm also trying, okay? I'm not the best, but I'm trying. And therefore I can request you to try. See? If I don't try, and then if I say, you have to try, of course this is useless statement. Therefore, I sincerely say, please try. It will make you so happy. Really, it will make you so relaxed, so happy. It will multiply your happiness, multiply your friends, wherever you go. Yeah. So now I go read the 16th. Hmm. 15th, yeah, 15th. Though someone may decide and speak, deride and speak, I don't know, speak bad words about you in a public gathering, looking on him as a spiritual teacher, bow to him with respect. And this is the practice of Bodhisattva. Yeah, that is very easy. This is very easy. This is everyone's cup of tea. You know. Isn't it? Easy? No? Easy? Huh? He says no. What do you think?
No.
Easy, isn't it?
It's easy to understand.
Yeah, but easy to practice, I see.
Maybe easy to begin practice.
Begin practice, yeah. So now you said begin practice, okay. So from today you have to begin. Okay?
Yeah.
Yes. You will agree also. You agree?
Yeah.
Everybody agree. Begin to practice, okay. The move of practice has to be like this, okay. The move of the practice has to be like this. Look, like this. Not like. The most difficult stage is start and practice and get a little taste. When you start getting little taste, and then the practice will go very smoothly. More you practice, more you will be encouraged, inspired. More you do, you are willing to do much more, you see. Now, this is the nature of the mind. When you get used to it, there's nothing which is difficult. That Shantideva, he said, when you get totally habitual, totally trained, nothing is easier, okay? And then also Shantideva says, when you are practicing bodhicitta, it's so rich, so valuable. When you achieve bodhicitta, it's so valuable. When you apply bodhicitta, it's so valuable. there's no way you will get tired. What is the text? Then they were doing means by having the practice of Bodhisattva. Who is there who will lose hope and stop practicing? No one will do this. Because it's so rich, it's so important, so good. We'll go on continuing to practice. But then in the beginning, start is a bit difficult, you see. Yeah. But at least we are here. At least we are here to listen to this teaching. And at least I'm here hopelessly explaining this. But this is a very good step, you see. We are in a busy world. Very busy world. But still we have, today whole day we have time to talk, to listen. Which is a very big step. Yeah. And then no one will say that this is bad teaching. I didn't work out, okay. This is so bad teaching. No one says. You are all sitting. I don't know how alert you are, but you are listening, you see. Yeah. So that is a very good step. 16 is done. 15 is done, yes. Is there any question? Question? Looking on him as a spiritual teacher. Speaks bad words. If you are able to perceive in this way, you must be a Bodhisattva. Therefore, you have to think that one thing is it's possible, but of course we have to practice this. Now this is a really minor question. If someone criticizes you, like in an ordinary way, now really not related with practice, okay? I think our tendency of our mind is that try to oppose, okay? Try to oppose, isn't it? Try to oppose and try to say that this is not true. He is telling lie, and it is not a reality, and reality is what I'm telling now is this and that. This is our mentality. Of course, then we think that I did a great job answering to his questions, not tolerating, not perceiving that person as spiritual teacher. Instead, I perceived him as an opponent. We will gain nothing. Nothing. By speaking this, we will gain nothing. Only thing is we will gain ego. Ego. If you succeed, if you don't succeed, you will be in hell. You will be greatly and happily in hell. And then we will try again, and then most likely we will fail again. And then we will be in a double hell. If you are courage to perceive that person as a spiritual teacher, and now I have to practice this. Okay? This is very hard, but I really want to practice this. And that person will think 100 times, wow, I said very bad things, but that person has no effect. Still he's smiling face. He's tolerating. He's saying nice things. He's receiving me in a very positive way. Wow, what happened? Think a lot. It will make him to think a lot, you see. He will be taken in a completely different perspective. And then of course, if that person is a really reasonable person, staying on the logic, he will, oh, I feel a bit ashamed. I really made an unnecessary noise. Oh, I feel ashamed. Oh, I think I better to go and say sorry, excuse me, my apology. This is how many people conquer the mind of other people, you see. Respect will never earned by hatred, anger, bad words, or like this. Respect will be earned if someone has a very stable mind with compassion and loving kindness and wisdom. So now 16 I read. I think we may not be able to. 16. Even a person to whom you have cared, like your own child, regard you as an enemy. Regard you as an enemy, cherish him especially like a mother. Mother does her child who is stricken by sickness, and this is the practice of Buddhism. More and more difficult. Yeah. Even one person of you who is really taking care, and that person treating you as an enemy, but still you have to have courage to cherish that person like your mother, like a mother does a sick, poor children. If the children are very, very sick, very poor, and then mother totally try to make that baby calm, you see. Even in the course of a lot of effort, they took many of the mother too. Yeah. So in the same way, stricken with sickness, this is the practice of Bodhisattva. This is not very difficult. This I think we can do today. Any explanation? Very easy. Of course, difficult to practice. Yeah. Go to the next. Is it okay? Yeah. If an equal or inferior person disparage you out of pride, place him as you would place your spiritual teacher, and with respect on the crown of your head. This is the practice of Bodhisattva. Is it practically? Is it true that you get more hurt if a person who's really, really bad condition and very poor and very misbehaved person, if that person underestimates you, it gives more pain than a person who is superior to you says something bad to you? Which one gives more pain? Do you understand my question?
Yes.
Yeah. Which?
Probably the last one you mentioned.
Uh-huh.
The one who is my equal or my inferior.
Yeah.
Because then envy will come in, and I will feel underlesen, also
inferior.
Yeah.
So on the other hand, if the other person was beggar or something, or maybe a poor person, I myself would think it would be easier to feel a certain amount of compassion, because I know this person has
Lot of problem.
He has sort of problem, and also I'm a bit higher than him. So now I will do it. So I don't know if I will think like that, but something in the line. So, and also I have experienced it, so I know it is really tough.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to love that person, but that is very tough.
The most tough is to love that person.
That I find a bit too tough, but I can anyhow see my shortcoming and
Yeah.
also think this person has his reasons or his so forth.
And why you are not thinking that, oh, this person made my life very difficult, therefore thank you. Yeah?
Yeah, something like
The practice, okay, practice of tolerance
yes,
is possible
yeah.
if someone treats you very badly. If everybody treats you nicely, with respect, then how can you practice tolerance, you see? Yeah? And then we can also say that, practically speaking, normally I don't say like this. So I feel these poor people are very kind to me. Because of them, I'm able to do a little bit of help to them, which is so fortunate. If they are all richer than me, then I can't do any charity work. Through this, I feel like paying respect, and I feel like to say thank you. Yeah? So, practice, okay, practice is possible when there's more obstacle, more problem. You see, the more negativities. If you cross, okay, that sort of rocky path, and then everything will be no problem. If everyone is nice, no problem. And where the problem, there's a problem, if we become very calm, nice in the problem, and then without problem, no problem.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
I think I can see a problem, example with this verse with you have a child who is getting like your enemy to me. That's, for example, my daughter. If it's becoming like very angry with me, like my enemy.
Yeah.
And it's when I feel this, it's like really getting me like feeling ill inside.
Yeah.
If that would happen.
Yeah.
Then I can see if I have this understanding in an intellectual way that this is very good and I should be like thankful for her and I want to practice this, about this intellectual understanding of the Buddhism, then I can be like, I'm not really true to myself because I feel anger and I really think she's misbehaving in a very bad way, and but then I can act out like smiling and try to be nice, but this is not actually what I'm feeling.
Yes, you are not doing exactly how you feel, but you are taking a step towards the things what you should do. Okay, your feeling is an emotion which is coming out of unhealthy emotion. Okay, so you are taking a step that at least instead of shouting or getting angry, to become mad to someone, instead of this, at least you are showing some calmness and smile, okay, which is not true at that level. But having this, taken this step, will lead you slowly to the real calmness and the compassion. Yeah. So this has to be taken. Yeah. The step has to be taken. If you say, okay, this is not exactly what I want, so all of a sudden we can't do this. All of a sudden, oh, I'm practicing this, oh, perfectly, why? No, it's not possible. Therefore we need to practice. Therefore we need to practice. Yeah.
I really recognize your question there, because I felt the same, and I had to struggle with this. Like I felt like I was false.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, to pretending. Even if it was good qualities are to smile. It felt like I'm not true to myself and things like this. But
and I was also sending out different with one thing because she can read my energy because sending out what I'm feeling, but then I'm smiling with.
But it's easier now, I can say.
Yes, I think that also is practicing, but
Small.
sometimes isn't it good to be like firm and be angry? Is anger always like bad? Is anger always bad?
Anger is always bad.
It is?
Yeah. Anger is always bad. If you really wanted to be strong to your child, you don't need to be angry.
But firm?
Yeah, firm, yes. Yeah. And then if you're not angry, and if you use your firmness, then the firmness will be much more strong, much more effective, and much more exactly calculated. Less mistake. Okay? If you are angry, if you become firm, maybe you will be firm unnecessarily very strong, extra effort, making a lot of mistakes, no logics, and then make yourself stupid. Because anger makes you totally biased. Yeah. And biased mind will never see any balanced mind. Yeah. Always just calm down, deal, strong. Out of compassion can be strong. Out of compassion through the wisdom. Yes. I was putting example of this because not so many examples I have. So I think I put one example from Israel. Do you remember? T problem with mother and daughter.
No?
Okay, then I tell. We had a parents-student meeting, parents-teacher-student meeting. And then the parents were telling some of the problem with the children, and children are telling some of the problem with the parents, and teacher were watching, and I was just talking with them. And one of the issue was that she has a daughter who's 12 years old, very, very strong, and she has a very strong demand. See? One of the demand was tea. In the morning, before she goes to school, she has to have she takes breakfast, and then she needs a tea. And the mommy makes the tea and brings the tea. And then she says that, "Oh, mommy, how hopeless you are. This tea is so bad that this is not the tea which I want." Mommy goes back to the kitchen and make another tea. Come back, say, "No, this is the worst tea I have ever experienced in my life. This is not exactly what I want." The mommy goes again. It has been like say, what you say, dog's tail. Dog's tail is like this. If you will put like this for 1 hour, after releasing it will go like this. So, and then, how can I solve this problem? And I said, "Oh, she's 12 years old. And then did you ever ask her to go and make her tea exactly how she wants?" That I didn't ask. She said, "That I didn't ask." You have to ask her. If she fails, and then she get the answer. She's 12 years old. Making a cup of tea is not a big problem. So let her cook. Tomorrow you ask her to make the tea exactly what she wants. And she will know how difficult it is to make the tea exactly what she wants. And then she did, you see. It was successful. It was successful. Yeah, she tried. And at the end she said, "Mommy, it was not so easy." Some mothers are so conditioned that I have to do very nice things to my children. Very nice. I'm also a little bit like this. I'm very nice to Thogmay. I'm nice to Changju. Some people are thinking that I'm spoiling them. Maybe. Yeah? So we do everything best for them. But actually we are not doing best for them. So we have to give them some tough time, yes. Yeah. Okay, this is 17 and then? Yeah? Okay, 18 I'm reading, okay? Yeah, I'm reading 18. So the time is over, but I will read. Though gripped by poverty and always scorned, and though stricken by acute illness and obsessed, oh yes, possessed by evil spirit, to take upon yourself the negativity and suffering of everyone, every being, and never to get discouraged is the practice of Bodhisattva. Almost like these are all same sort of problem. So I think there's not much problem to understand. The only problem is how to practice. And then you read this and then you bring some questions. How we can practice this? And you can say that from my perspective this is impossible. And from my perspective this is also useless. Why we have to practice this? Why? There's no one on this earth, in so many schools and universities in the West. Is there any one teacher who say like this? Are they stupid? Do you think that you are the wisest person on this planet? I don't agree with this. You can say like this, okay? Isn't it? Big issue. Once I was giving talk in Oxford University to a small group of professors. And I was saying that even funny things. I was saying that I have not much respect to your knowledge. And then they were saying, why? Your knowledge are all stolen knowledge. Stolen knowledge. Stolen. Yeah. I'm almost saying that you're a thief. Stolen knowledge. Kevin felt so afraid. Your knowledge are all stolen knowledge. And that's in what way? You do research, okay, to achieve PhD, and you read this book and take some note, and then read this book and repeat this, and then read this book and put this, and then read this book and then where's your original idea? I said, Buddha was really the best professor. Never went to any of the university. He never went to Oxford University. He didn't go to Harvard University. How come he was so wise, you see? Of course, it is speaking from the Buddhist perspective. Maybe they are not seeing so wise Buddha, maybe they don't see, but we see. It's very wise, you see. No school, no college, no university. Yeah. And then these teachings are not in this way, reading this, and then taking some note from there, some from there, some from there, and then make a thick book, and then say, this is my thesis. And then those who are, defending or offending his thesis, and then they say, okay, now you get the degree. Buddha didn't do it this way. Buddha really practiced. Whatever he taught, he practiced and he achieved. And exactly he taught us. If we practice in the same way, we will achieve the same. So therefore, there's quite a big difference, you see. Quite a big difference. So we also have to imitate Buddha's footstep. Okay? Buddha's put step. Just try to see, think, step, grow, develop in reality. Why have to listen all these things? And then I will end here. Of course, it is. I was not so efficient. I thought of covering up to 20 or 21, but I failed. Tomorrow I will run with the bicycle. Thank you.
Thank you.